The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 14th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Lucille Roybal Eller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10th, 2022, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes.
Asked to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend. Crying, vomiting, and 8 months pregnant, the young woman walked in labor pains for an hour in search of an ambulance. She was 23 years old. Her journey did not end with that. She finally got to a place where a taxi was there. She had to convince this taxi driver, in the midst of confusion, desperation, lack of food, to take her 12 hours in labor to a place where she could deliver her baby. That is the plight of almost 650,000 women in Pakistan, where the floodwaters are monstrosities that you would not imagine. In visiting Pakistan, the Congressional Pakistan Caucus, in the last 10 days, I could see water as far as the eye could see. The devastation is overwhelming. 33 million people displaced, more than 600,000 homeless, but more than that, hungry, and of course, homelessness without housing. I am continuing to thank the Biden administration for its initial support of the UN fund, $30 million, and the additional funding of $20 million. After our leaving and working with the administration, briefing in Islamabad, the United States military joined in dropping or delivering 300,000 tents. To my colleagues, more is needed. I'll be introducing legislation that reflects the delegation's work and as well their efforts. And that is, we need additional funding for this devastating conditions. We have to realize, as I visited the people in Dadu, children are without schools, pregnant women are without medical care, and as I indicated, more and more women will be giving birth over the next 6 weeks. This can turn into a medical crisis. The water is not moving, primarily because this water is without a place to drain. There are no drainage facilities, if you will, in that area. So we will also have waterborne diseases like hepatitis, dengue fever, malaria. The people of Pakistan need our help. And Pakistani Americans have risen to their call. So many in my congressional district are providing and looking to help send medical care, if you will. Doctors are leaving various places in America to head in that direction. But it is very important for the United States Congress to go on record in recognizing the devastation that the people are facing every single day. How would you imagine, even in the trials and tribulations that we have in the United States, that you have populations of people who are isolated by dirty water, that there are people who are living in the out areas with no shelter whatsoever, and now the hunger and lack of food is rising, and pregnant women are fearful for the unbelievable challenges they have in giving birth. I am calling upon our Congress, as I introduce this legislation dealing with the devastation of the floods in Pakistan, to join me in supporting the legislation and as well recognizing the dire conditions that our friends in Pakistan are having. Our final point is to be reminded that Pakistan has been a friend and has helped us in the evacuation of Afghan refugees, helped us in the war on terror, where they lost Pakistani military in the war on terror, and of course, the huge and very engaging Pakistan diaspora, Pakistani Americans who are both respected and, of course, energized to be collaborative with their government here in the United States to try to save the lives of babies and children, women and men, people who are sick, kidney transplants who can't get their medicine. It is imperative that we rise up to this occasion. Let me thank the members of the Pakistan caucus who joined us, Mr. Swazin Green, and we are grateful for all of our members who have been so energetic in advocating for strong Pakistan-U.S. relationships. I do also want to acknowledge USAID, the embassy staff, and of course, the President and Prime Minister and other leaders of government who opened their doors in the midst of this crisis for us to be briefed and to see the ongoing devastation that's going there. I will come back to the floor again, because I am in fear of the devastation of pregnant women being stranded in places around that region that cannot be reached. This 23-year-old traveled 12 hours out of her mind, if you will,
The
to get to a
gentlewoman's
place.
time is up.
I ask my colleagues to join me. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the American people are rightfully concerned about the ambiguity of the Biden administration's ongoing negotiations with Iran. Are these negotiations being conducted in good faith? What concessions are being made? How would this deal impact America's standing within the international community and our ally, Israel? These are precisely the questions that are being asked, and yet the only response coming from the administration is the sound of crickets chirping. The same can be said for Congress. The Biden administration has already expressed its intent to keep Congress in the dark about this potential nuclear deal. And according to new reporting, the Biden administration is trying to hide the facts on their ongoing negotiations with Iran until after the midterm elections to avoid scrutiny. Here's the thing, Madam Speaker. The administration is already required to submit information to Congress pursuant to the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act, or INARA. INARA requires that the administration keep Congress fully and currently informed of any new or amended agreement with Iran. Those words couldn't be any clearer. In 2015, many members on the opposite side of the aisle voted for INARA, and yet we've heard nothing but crickets from them about holding this administration accountable. If INARA had not passed 7 years ago, Congress could have found itself completely blind to former President Obama's deal with Iran at the time. 400 members of the House, along with 98 senators, voted to force President Obama to submit his deal to Congress for congressional review. Given the profound silence as of late on these ongoing negotiations, are we to believe that good governance and effective oversight are no longer tenets of this body? Madam Speaker, we cannot let accountability and transparency become relics of a bygone era. That's why I've introduced House Resolution 1266 alongside my colleague from South Carolina, Representative Joe Wilson. This resolution of inquiry requests that President Biden turn over to the House copies of documents, memos, and other communications related to any initiative or negotiations regarding Iran's nuclear program. It could also expose any side agreements, such as the episode of the Obama administration leaving cash on a tarmac in 2016, that are offered as part of negotiations with Iran. Today, the House Foreign Affairs Committee will be marking up my legislation, and the American people will find out who still supports increased transparency and oversight and who does not. Congress must do its job and exercise its explicit oversight authorities to hold this administration accountable. If this body upheld its commitment to good governance and effective oversight 7 years ago, we should certainly do the same now. There's no excuse not to. Congress should not be sitting back and kicking its feet up while there's work to be done. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the recent passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. My fellow colleagues, yesterday, I joined many of my House Democrats alongside Democratic President Biden as we celebrated the passage of this new law at the White House. During the White House visit, I kept thinking about the millions of Americans this monumental law will help. I also kept thinking about the Texans and constituents across my district who will benefit significantly from the impact of this law. The Inflation Reduction Act will lower family costs and savings ranging from health care to energy costs. But we'll also look closely to see how important this is. If when we look at it closely, we'll see that it has many life-saving aspects in this law. This law lowers prescription drug prices like insulin, which is critical, by finally giving Medicare the ability to negotiate prices of prescription drugs, not just simply accept what Big Pharma says, but negotiation. It also prevents greedy price hikes and caps out-of-pocket costs to $2,000 to Medicare beneficiaries, capping out-of-pocket $2,000. Madam Speaker, for residents, for those of mine in Texas, these savings can literally save lives. My district is 77% Latino. Studies from the CDC show that Latinos are 70% more likely than white non-Hispanics to be diagnosed with diabetes. And they are 1.3 times more likely to die from diabetes complications. On top of this, about 11% of Texans have diabetes. Shockingly, studies show that 1 in 4 diabetics in Texas have rationed their insulin to make ends meet. They are literally putting themselves at risk of death and more complications because of the price of insulin. Let's just let that sink in, Madam Speaker. 1 in 4 diabetics ration a life-saving drug simply because the prices are high and because our country has higher prescription drug prices than any other developed country in the world. This simply breaks my heart. It's tough to think about this because this issue does also hit very close to home. I know all too well how and people that have family members that are suffering from diabetes, I know their pain, and I know how it impacts their livelihoods and their pocketbooks. My mother faced uphill battles with diabetes before passing away from complications due to diabetes. Now, I'm one of 10 children. 5 of us are also affected by diabetes and are on insulin, and a brother is on dialysis. So I know firsthand how important insulin is to one's health, and I can't fathom a country where people can't afford this life-saving drug. While more must be done for those diabetic patients not on Medicare, this law is a monumental, great step forward in making insulin accessible to all. But I promise to keep fighting for those who are not on Medicare, for those that are not insured, and those that are too poor to get access to insulin. The Inflation Reduction Act also reduces the cost of health insurance for millions by extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies for 3 more years. This will lock in lower health care prices that will save 13 million people across our country an average of $800. Now, $800 may not sound a lot to some people, But in my district and across America, hardworking families know the value of $800. In my district, Madam Speaker, there are about 55,000 people who are enrolled in health insurance plans through the Affordable Care Act. So that's about $800 for these Texas families to use for school supplies, for food, for gas, and other basic necessities. So the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act is a massive victory for the people in my district and the districts across America. This is what happens when we have strong leadership in the White House and House Democrats work together because they put people first. Madam Speaker, it's all about putting people first.
The chairwoman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this year, my friend Mark Schlanta died at age 57. He'd been a South Dakota telecommunications leader since 1998. Earlier this year, my friend Greg Dean died at age 58. He'd been a South Dakota telecommunications leader since 1999. Earlier this year, my friend Rod Bauer died at age 60. He'd been a South Dakota telecommunications leader since 1976. Earlier this year, my friend Brian Roth died at age 59. He'd been a South Dakota telecommunications leader since 1998. Now, losing one friend, losing one industry leader is not easy. When you lose 4 over the past few months, it can be almost more than their friends and family can bear. These were real leaders. Everybody around here talks about broadband. It is a hot topic in Congress for the last few years. Every day, broadband, high-speed internet, broadband, connectivity. But I would tell you that those 4 gentlemen were involved in broadband long before it was cool, long before it was the hot topic in Washington, D.C. You see, Mark spent 20 years as the CEO of SDN. Originally, it was the South Dakota Network. And he turned this into one of the most sophisticated state networks in the country, and he expanded it by 50,000 miles of fiber optic cable. For 20 years, Greg, in his work with the South Dakota Telecommunications Act, was probably the most influential person helping to set rural broadband policy in the halls of the state capitol. For 30 or 40 years, Rod, in his work as the CEO of Kennebec Telephone Company, made sure that 2 small towns, Kennebec with 281 residents and Presho with 472, had high-speed internet that would be the envy of the largest and most cosmopolitan urban areas in the world. And then for more than 20 years as CEO of Triotel, Brian worked to make sure that that cooperative was the first telephone company in South Dakota, all the way back in 2013, to have 100% of its customers connected with fiber. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, these were titans of the rural broadband arena. But when I think about connectivity and these gentlemen's contribution to it, I don't just think about rural broadband. I think about the connections they made with their families and their communities. It would have been hard to do more for Sioux Falls or for scouting or for his family than Mark did. It would have been hard to do more for the Pierre community or Pierre Athletics or his family than Greg did. It would have been hard to do more for his church or the outdoors or the Salem community than what Brian did. It would have been hard to do more for Kennebec or for Presho or for the fire department or for his family than Rod did. The contributions for these gentlemen in their communities was absolutely staggering. And so, Madam Speaker, it's altogether appropriate that we focus on their contributions to rural broadband, these 4 titans of the industry. But I also think it's important to recognize that when they thought of connectivity, when they made a contribution to connectivity, it was about the human connection. No one could do more for the people and the places they loved than Mark and Greg and Rod and Brian did. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the lives and legacies of 4 precious little girls, Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Morris Wesley, who died in the sacred walls of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama, 56 years ago. On September 15, 1963, as the 4 little girls were getting dressed in the bathroom of the church basement, preparing to sing in the choir, 19 sticks of dynamite placed under the church designated. They totally exploded, causing the interior walls to actually fall in. The crowd of about 200 people who gathered for the 11 a.m. service, they evacuated the church, but the church was filled with smoke, and underneath the debris lied 4 little girls. Along with the little girls who lost their lives, dozens of others were injured that day, including Sarah Collins Rudolph, the younger sister of Addie Mae Collins, who was in the basement with her sister and other girls preparing for church that day. Due to the violently racist nature of the attack, thousands of African Americans protested across the state of Alabama. And in response, George Wallace called the police to break up the demonstrations. The violent clashes between protesters and police resulted in massive arrests and the tragic loss of 2 more lives, 2 little boys that died that day, Johnny Robinson and Virgil Ware. The 2 boys, one 16 and the other 13, were killed within hours of the church bombing. Following the attacks, several people, many of whom were members of the KKK, were arrested, but none of them were actually prosecuted until 34 years later. Described by Dr. Martin Luther King as one of the most vicious, tragic crimes ever perpetrated against humanity, this racially motivated act of terrorism focused America's eyes on Birmingham, Alabama, bringing into sharp clarity the injustices that sparked the civil rights movement. Although we will never replace the lives lost or injuries suffered, the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 proved that their sacrifices were not in vain. Today, as we reflect on our painful history, we are reminded that every gain in the battle for civil rights has come at a high cost, paid by those who sacrificed everything for a vision and a dream bigger than themselves. As a direct beneficiary of the legacy of the 4 little girls, I was honored that the very first bill that I passed in this body posthumously bestowed upon them the Congressional Gold Medal to ensure that this nation will never forget their sacrifice. I not only question where I would be today without the influence of the 4 little girls, but more importantly, I question where America would be today. The premature and senseless deaths of these 4 little girls awakened the slumbering consciousness of America and galvanized the civil rights movement. It was their memory that carried John Lewis and those brave foot soldiers, unarmed and unafraid, across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in my hometown of Selma, Alabama. It was their sacrifice which burned in the mind of President Lyndon Johnson as he signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And it was their sacrifice that inspired a generation of freedom fighters to move this nation closer to its highest ideals of equality and justice for all. Madam Speaker, as we commemorate the 59th year since the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church, we as Americans are called upon to reflect on the legacy of the 4 little girls and to know them by name. Addie Mae Collins, Carol Robertson, Denise McNair, Cynthia Morris Wesley. These 4 little girls and their loss of their life has changed America forever. The legacy of the 4 little girls paved the way for a more equitable and more just future. For that, we owe it to them to pick up the baton and carry it forward. I ask my colleagues to join me in commemorating the 59th anniversary of the lives of Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Morris Wesley. May we always remember their names: Addie Mae, Denise, Carol, and Cynthia. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in memory of Sandra Dill, a woman whose legacy as a lifelong champion of education will not soon be forgotten. On August 23rd, Ms. Dill passed away, surrounded by family after a 4-year battle with cancer. Sandra was the daughter of 2 educators and was raised in Gainesville, Georgia. After earning both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in elementary education, she went on to teach language arts in public schools for over 15 years. As Georgia's First Lady, she made childhood literacy improvements her top priority. Through this initiative, she visited schools in every single one of Georgia's 159 counties, spanning across 180 school districts. Across just 8 years, she read to students in nearly 1,000 classrooms, touching tens of thousands of lives. She donated copies of her memoir, Memories of the Mansion, the story of Georgia's governor's mansion, to every public library in the state. On top of these accomplishments, she was a devoted wife of 56 years, a mother to 4, and a grandmother to 6. A shining example of the qualities every person strives towards, Sandra Dill's impacts will be felt by many generations of Georgians. Madam Speaker, it is with a very heavy heart that I rise today to recognize and honor the life and service of a true American patriot in my district, Lieutenant General Donald E. Rosenblum. Rosie was born on June 3, 1929 in Flushing, New York, and was raised during the Depression in Hell's Kitchen in New York. In 1948, Rosie graduated high school and followed his older brother Bob to the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina. At the Citadel, Rosie was a member of the varsity baseball team and sports editor of the college paper. Upon graduation, Rosie was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army and deployed to lead an infantry platoon in the Korean War. After Korea, Rosie was placed in command of an infantry company in the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg and served as a staff officer in Berlin, Germany when the wall was built. In between his tours in Vietnam, Rosie also managed to graduate from the U.S. Army War College and later served as the executive officer to the Army's Director of Operations at the Pentagon. It was there that he received his first of 3 general officer stars, and he was then transferred to Fort Stewart in Hunter Army Airfield, Georgia. Rosie became an institution in our community, serving on boards for the YMCA of Coastal Georgia, Vietnam Veterans Memorial Savannah, and the Citadel Foundation. His legacy is one of patriotism, dedication, selflessness, and a love for his neighbors. My prayers reside with his family and friends during this time of sadness. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the First Baptist Church of Port Wentworth in its 100-year anniversary. Under the leadership of Reverend L.R. Watkins, the First Baptist Church in Port Wentworth has been a shining cornerstone of the Greater Savannah since its founding in 1922. In the early 1950s, the church decided to purchase and install chimes within the church steeple so that all within the community could hear the call to worship bells every Sunday morning. These bells became popular within the Port Wentworth community. During the 1960s and 70s, the church experienced tremendous growth. As the church grew larger, there was a need for an educational building for the church's youth. In 1960, a new educational wing of the church was dedicated. The 1970s also brought even more new changes to the church. The church expanded its music program and decided to build a new sanctuary. The sanctuary was then dedicated in 1973 and is still being used today. Today, the First Baptist Church in Port Wentworth is under the leadership of Reverend Paul Mongan. Reverend Mongan is continuing his legacy of the congregation's storied history. Congratulations, Port Wentworth First Baptist Church, on this wonderful milestone. Madam Speaker, I rise today in loving memory of a devoted husband, a caring father, and my wonderful father-in-law, Terrell Coppage. On April 28, 1928, Terrell was born in Lowndes County, Georgia. His family migrated to Adel, Georgia, and Terrell attended Sparks Adel High School. Immediately after high school, Terrell joined the war effort, serving as a member of the United States Navy during World War II. On August 21, 1949, Terrell met Betty Jones, his future wife of 73 years. As a member of his community, Terrell was among the best. He was actively involved in his church, Trinity United Methodist Church, leading Sunday school in the local Boy Scout Troop 306 for many years. He spoke fondly of his trip with the Boy Scout troops to the National Boy Scout Jamboree in Washington, D.C. in 1981. Terrell was also a member of the Okefenokee Lions Club and was chosen as Lion of the Year, as well as serving as house captain for many years during their Christmas and April event. Teenager choir, traveling to all 50 states, and daily walks with the mall walkers that ended with McDonald's biscuits were just some of the small joys that Terrell and Betty shared together. I want to thank Terrell for all that he did to raise my wife, Amy, and for being the best father-in-law and grandfather anyone could ask for. We love you, and we will miss you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Bernard E. Strickland, a constituent and a veteran and a doctor. I want to recognize him for this long overdue recognition that he deserves, for his contributions to our country and to our community. Born on January 21st, 1922, Dr. Strickland served courageously in the U.S. military during World War II from 1943 to 1946. During his service, he led a squadron of soldiers as a sergeant in the historic 761st Tank Battalion. Known as Patton's Panthers, they were the first African-American tank squad to see combat in Europe. They were not permitted to serve alongside white troops, and they were the ones who went in to liberate concentration camps. Dr. Strickland and the rest of the battalion were crucial to advancing freedom internationally and racial equality domestically. The 761st Tank Battalion also assisted in making sure that those that were trapped, our Jews that were liberated in these concentration camps, were able to get out. The things that he saw were horrific. His son, Henry, had reached out to my office to let us know about his service and about the fact that he had not been recognized. So today, I am proud to announce that Dr. Strickland will receive 8 medals, 8 awards for his exemplary conduct, including the Good Conduct Medal. He will also receive the American Campaign Medal, the European African Middle Eastern Campaign Medal, the World War II Victory Medal, the Army of Occupation Medal with Germany clasp, the Honorable Service Lapel Button World War II, the Expert Badge with Machine Gun Bar, the Sharpshooter Badge with Rifle Bar. Following his honorable discharge, he continued to devote his life to helping others as a medical doctor, practicing medicine for more than 25 years in California. I want to thank Dr. Strickland for his tireless dedication to his country and to our community. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The American people are facing persistent pain in their wallets and pocketbooks, with inflation in August hitting 8.3%, higher than expectations. But yesterday, hours after new inflation figures revealed the price hikes are continuing to burden hardworking Americans, President Biden held an event to celebrate the signing of the deceptively named Inflation Reduction Act into law, touting the radical legislation as a victorious success. The Inflation Expansion Act, a success? Not quite, not even close. Grocery costs have surged nearly 14%. Gas rose more than 33%. Electricity costs have increased nearly 16%. Rent almost 7%, and transportation has soared 11%. Republicans warned that burning through billions of dollars in order to expand the IRS by 87,000 agents, advance Green New Deal initiatives, and deliver crushing tax hikes would only plunge our economy into deeper turmoil, worsening inflation and contributing to our ballooning national debt. Yet Speaker Pelosi, Senate Leader Schumer, and President Biden steamrolled ahead anyway, selfishly advancing their big government socialist agenda that costs the American people over 1 month's pay every year. Yes, Americans are now losing over a month's pay every year because of Biden inflation. Enough is enough. Americans simply cannot afford the cost of one-party Democrat rule in Washington any longer. We must prioritize financial security and fiscal responsibility over runaway spending and reckless monetary policies in order to provide American workers, families, and small businesses the economic relief they desperately need. Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the raging crisis that continues to plague our southern border. Since President Biden stepped foot into the Oval Office, his failed policies and radical open border agenda have provoked an unprecedented illegal alien invasion at our southern border. And while Vice President Kamala Harris, our so-called border czar, comically claims that the southern border is secure, the American people know good and well that this is a blatant falsehood. But unlike our delusional border czar, the numbers don't lie. Nearly 5 million illegal aliens have crossed the southern border since Biden and Harris took office. To make matters worse, 66 individuals on the terrorist screening database have been stopped trying to illegally enter our country. This is more than double the last 5 years combined. Double the last 5 years combined. Furthermore, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has seized enough fentanyl in this fiscal year alone to kill almost 2.4 billion people, over 7 times the U.S. population. The southern border is, in fact, not secure, and the Biden administration knows it. But after all, chaotic open borders have always been their plan. Unless the Biden administration abandons this sinister scheme, communities across the country will only continue to be ravaged by deadly drugs and border lawlessness. It's simple. Americans deserve border security, not an administration actively manufacturing mayhem, advocating for mass amnesty, and emboldening dangerous cartels. President Biden must immediately about face on his open border agenda, commit to securing our southern border, and finally put American people first. Madam Speaker, I rise today to strongly oppose the Department of Agriculture's poultry line speed waiver rule. Back in July, over 50 chicken plants that currently participate in the U.S. Department of Agriculture's waiver program received a notification from the department stating that within 1 month, these plants must participate in a third-party study in order to retain their line speed waivers. In addition to granting a third-party group unlimited and unannounced access to poultry plants, the study also requires these plants to submit heaps of data and burdensome paperwork. Failure to participate in this study results in chicken plants slowing production by 25%, creating supply chain mayhem in the industry and undeniably posing a serious threat to food availability. The Biden administration's line speed waiver rule forces an ultimatum on poultry plants, burdening both consumers and workers already battling supply chain disruptions and hyperinflation for the sake of a vague, intrusive, and unnecessary third-party study on worker safety. Since I represent and serve the poultry capital of the world, Gainesville, Georgia, I proudly led 34 of my colleagues in sending a letter to USDA Secretary Vilsack expressing grave concerns about the third-party study and urging a delay in the mandate. Given the adverse effects this rule imposes on the industry and poultry production, Vilsack must immediately provide substantive answers to Congress about why this rule must be put in place. I am fully committed to conducting proper congressional oversight into the USDA's line speed waiver so that we can continue to run
The gentleman's
full
time
capacity.
has expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the Vice President. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as this week marks 300 days since we signed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act into law. But we didn't stop there. We've accomplished so much more in the last 100 days. For years, Washington has been all talk, no action when it comes to infrastructure. Congress after Congress, president after president, all promised to finally tackle our nation's crumbling infrastructure. But this Congress finally delivered, and delivered with bipartisan support. It was truly a historic moment, but in the 300 days since it was signed into law, on this very floor, amidst all the noise and divisiveness, this Congress has continued to make history. The bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most significant gun violence legislation in nearly 30 years, now law. The PACT Act to provide generations of veterans and their families the care and benefits they've earned and deserved, now law. The CHIPS and Science Act, which will allow us to compete with China, boost our supply chains and American innovation, and bring jobs back to America, now law. And the Inflation Reduction Act, the biggest step our country has taken to tackle climate change while also delivering lower prices for prescription drugs and expanded access to affordable health care. This too, now law. Nevada was ground zero for the economic devastation of this pandemic. Nevada is also ground zero for the most urgent effects of climate change, but Nevada also stands to gain the most from the Inflation Reduction Act. A record 14.5 million people and more than 100,000 Nevadans have signed up for coverage through the ACA marketplace. Now, that coverage will be even more affordable with the expanded tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. Medicare can finally negotiate lower drug prices, which means savings for our seniors and every single taxpayer. And not only that, the Inflation Reduction Act caps out-of-pocket costs for Part D drugs and insulin for seniors and individuals with disabilities on Medicare. All of this means better, more accessible health care and more money in Nevadans' pockets. But I'm also incredibly proud that this bill will tackle our climate crisis and stand up for Nevada's future. The West is facing the worst drought in 12 centuries, and in my district, the dire situation at Lake Mead is making headlines all over the world. But this bill will help mitigate the harmful effects of our drought by funding environmental restoration projects and investing in conservation projects to increase water levels in the Colorado River. And it's going to take all of us to fight the climate crisis. And this bill supports Nevadans on the ground in their effort to save energy and save money all along the way. You need to replace a stove or a refrigerator. You need to install solar panels or perhaps buy an electric vehicle. This bill will help you with direct rebates to buy more energy-efficient options. Overall, Nevadan families that take advantage of the clean energy tax credits could save more than $20,000 in a single year. All of this is fully paid for by cuts to our deficit by $300 billion, by finally making the ultra-wealthy and big corporations finally begin to pay their fair share. And let me be clear, not one person earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes. So a lot can happen in just 300 days, from infrastructure to gun violence prevention to helping our veterans and building a stronger American economy. But the Inflation Reduction Act is perhaps the biggest achievement of this Congress, and House Democrats delivered it alone. Not one Republican voted to lower the cost of prescription drugs and insulin. Not one Republican voted to lower health care costs. Not one Republican voted for a fair tax system. Not one Republican voted to put people over their politics. The fight continues, and House Democrats will do everything in our power to deliver the results and put American people first. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
During Hispanic Heritage Month to recognize Carolina Padilla and the Intercultural Senior Center in my district. Historically, National Hispanic Heritage Month has been a way to appreciate the contributions and influence Hispanic Americans have made to our history, culture, and achievements of the United States. I can think of no better way to recognize the achievement of Hispanic Americans in our district than by recognizing Carolina and the Intercultural Senior Center, which provides language interpretation, cultural insight, community events, as well as social workers to better connect community members with outside resources. Carolina was born in Guatemala City, immigrated to Omaha, Nebraska in 1993 with her husband and 3 children. She then started her career in the United States by spending 12 years working for One World Community Health Center, a nonprofit primary health care facility. During her time at One World, she worked in a variety of health departments in both administrative and leadership positions. Additionally, she worked for Catholic Charities, where she was the director of their Latina Resource Center. In this role, she worked to develop social service programs for women in need of assistance with English as their second language, as well as women facing issues of domestic violence. During this time, Carolina realized that one segment of the population, the Latino elders, were largely overlooked and underserved. Inspired by her aging family in Guatemala and her need to serve others with their own community, Carolina founded the Intercultural Senior Center in 2009 in the Latino neighborhood of South Omaha. The Intercultural Senior Center, however, has extended much farther than the Latino community, as it now welcomes refugee communities, including from Sudan, Somalia, Bhutan, Nepal, Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Burma, as well as native English speakers. Today, the Intercultural Senior Center is a unique place where seniors find enrichment and belonging regardless of language, ethnicity, race, sexual orientation, social economic background, and any other differences that too often create separation and isolation. As Omaha's population ages and becomes more diverse, Ms. Padilla's mission and the Intercultural Senior Center will continue to embrace the elderly and bring awareness to the community about the aging population. Congratulations again to Carolina Padilla and the Intercultural Senior Center on this amazing work you are doing within the Omaha community. Madam Speaker, I rise today during the Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month to recognize women who have been diagnosed with ovarian cancer and have either survived or unfortunately lost their hard-fought battle. A rare but deadly disease, only about 19,880 women will receive a new diagnosis this year, but this past March, our communications director, Danielle Jensen, was one of them. The deadliest of the reproductive cancers, only 20% are diagnosed early in stages 1 or 2, with a 5-year survival rate of over 93%. Unfortunately, the majority of cases are diagnosed in stages 3 or 4, when the survival rate can be as low as 30%. The risk of women getting ovarian cancer is about 1 in 78 in their lifetime, and it's estimated that 12,810 women will lose their lives to ovarian cancer this year. Fortunately, Danielle was diagnosed at stage 2 and has recently completed chemotherapy. There are several factors that can increase the risk of ovarian cancer. Age is the biggest one. Half of all ovarian cancers are found in women 63 years of age and older. Another is if a woman has never carried a pregnancy to full term or had a child after the age of 35. Hormone replacement therapy, a family history of ovarian, breast, or colorectal cancer, or personal history of breast cancer are also risk factors. There's no reliable screening or diagnostic test for ovarian cancer, so it's important to know the signs and symptoms, which includes back pain, bloating, frequent urination, feeling full quickly after eating, fatigue, upset stomach, heartburn or constipation, pelvic or abdominal pain, or changes in the menstrual cycles. With these symptoms, are most likely not signs of cancer. They should be of concern if they don't go away after 2 weeks following normal interventions, such as changing diet and exercise. It is because of this that ovarian cancer is often referred to as the silent killer. There are different treatments for ovarian cancer. Danielle had surgery, and she went through 6 cycles of chemotherapy to kill any cancer cells that may have been left. Some women will also undergo radiation to treat it. Finally, we're just thankful that Danielle was diagnosed early when she was, and is on the path of being a survivor. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 year ago, the remnants of Hurricane Ida came through my district, resulting in catastrophic damage to our New York 16 community. This hurricane originated in the Gulf Coast and arrived in New York several days later, still so strong and dangerous that it led to the tragic death of several neighbors. Among those killed were Fran and Ken Bailey, who were professors at Iona College. I stand here today in their memory and in community with families, friends, and neighbors who lost loved ones. Hurricane Ida brought historic levels of flooding to New York 16. The evening the storm hit was scary and chaotic. We were not collectively prepared for the amount of rain we received, and people watched with shock as their homes and neighborhoods flooded. At times in the night, we got tornado warnings, followed by flood warnings, and then followed by more tornado warnings. This is not an area of the country that is used to these sorts of hurricanes, and I remember feeling terrified and confused as we all tried to stay safe. In the days that followed, instead of a joyful return to New Rochelle High School for its students, students found themselves with a completely destroyed library. Congregants in Bronxville were left with a flooded synagogue during Rosh Hashanah. The First Baptist Church in Mamaroneck was destroyed, and congregants are still picking up the pieces. I visited constituents' homes and small businesses in Yonkers, Mamaroneck, Mount Vernon, Rye, and Pelham, and the sense of despair was palpable. People could not even travel to check in with loved ones because the Sawmill, Bronx River Parkway, Hutch, Sprainbrook, and Cross County Expressway were deep underwater. Our immigrant neighbors in Mamaroneck had to reckon with the damage to their community resource center, and the Rye YMCA was left completely destroyed. For thousands of neighbors, Hurricane Ida fundamentally changed their financial well-being and housing stability. The recovery process and trauma from that storm continues today. In the days following, our community showed an incredible amount of resilience. And as I reflect, these moments of hope and solidarity come to the forefront of my mind. First responders ensured everyone was safe. The Rise soccer team, Mamaroneck volleyball team, and countless others took to the streets to support our neighbors. Teams like the Mamaroneck Tigers volunteered with the Fuller Center for Housing of Greater New York City to help members of the First Baptist Church remove pews that mothers would pray on and the hymnal books that contain songs of strength and power. Organizations like the Red Cross and Feeding Westchester provided food to those in need. The incredible mayors, managers, council members, trustees, and community leaders in the Bronx, Ardsley, Bronxville, Eastchester, Greenburgh, Hastings-on-Hudson, Larchmont, Mamaroneck, Mount Vernon, New Rochelle, Pelham, Pelham Manor, Rise, Scarsdale, and Tuckahoe mobilized emergency resources to keep people safe. We worked alongside County Executive Latimer, Bronx Borough President Diaz Jr., and Governor Hochul to expedite damage assessments. These efforts led to President Biden declaring a state of emergency in New York and the allocation of much-needed FEMA resources. From there, we helped constituents with FEMA applications and hosted multiple visits with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to plan long-term recovery. Let me be clear. The climate crisis is here and it is real, and I refuse to let my district bear the brunt of inaction. We have worked to secure flood mitigation funds, advance flood prevention studies in Westchester County, and vote for the Inflation Reduction Act, which will help make our communities resilient and kickstart the clean energy revolution that we need. But more needs to be done. As a father and former educator, I am deeply concerned about the impact that increased flooding will have on our children. That's why I introduced my Green New Deal for public schools to ensure our school buildings are resilient and that students can thrive. As we mark this anniversary of Hurricane Ida, let's continue to recommit to supporting one another, to healing our communities, and to confronting the climate crisis head-on, and to ensuring that no one gets left behind. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Herrera Butler, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to honor and recognize my friend and fellow Southwest Washingtonian and state representative, Larry Hoff, who is retiring at the end of this term. Larry has been just an upstanding member of Southwest Washington's community for over 40 years. After serving in the Navy and graduating from college, Larry moved to Vancouver, where he was an executive in the financial services industry before successfully running to serve Clark County in the 18th Legislative District. In Olympia, Larry fought hard to get things done for Southwest Washington's small businesses, for our farmers, families, and our communities. But it's really Larry's heart for serving our community that is what stands out to all of us who know him. Whether it's his role on the board of the Dornbecker Children's Hospital Foundation or the Clark County Department of Community Services, or the countless other stories of coming alongside his neighbors, Larry's infectious optimism and selflessness are apparent to all who meet him. Thank you, Larry, for your many years of service and hard work to make our Evergreen State a better place to live, work, and raise a family. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor and recognize Southwest Washingtonian and State Representative Brandon Vick, who is retiring at the end of this term. Brandon is a lifelong resident of Southwest Washington and a rock-solid member of our community. In addition to serving in the State House of Representatives, he also gives his time to the Boy Scouts and to the Boys and Girls Club. In Olympia, Brandon has been a champion for his home county, my home county, Clark County, for the last decade. Under his leadership on the Consumer Protection and Small Business Committee, 14 bills that he wrote and led have been signed into law, including recent legislation to help small businesses obtain work permits for rehabilitated individuals. Brandon's work in the state legislature has earned him many awards, including Vancouver Business Journal's Accomplished Under 40 list. Thank you, Brandon, for your many years of service. I'm hopeful that you're going to have more time to spend with your wonderful wife, Darcy, and daughter, McKenna. You've made Southwest Washington proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
From Ohio, Mr. Ryan, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court of the United States delivered a gut punch to the body politic here in the United States with the Dobbs decision. This is the largest governmental overreach into the private lives of American citizens in the history of our lifetime. This is big government coming into our doctor's offices, coming into our bedrooms, a small group of people trying to control American citizens, make women second-class citizens. And I believe that the vast majority of the American people are absolutely exhausted and want the government out of their lives, out of our personal lives. And Justice Thomas's opinion about nullifying marriages, about getting rid of birth control, is an extreme overreach. This is a country built on freedom, and it is time for us to stand up. The exhausted majority, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, saying we want limited government and we want it out of the private lives of American citizens, especially the women of the United States. Madam Speaker, I rise to talk about a very important issue in this country. This country is a country that has been and was founded on the idea of freedom. This country has fed more people, clothed more people, cured more people, and liberated more people than all the other countries in the world combined. And the source of American power has always been the great American middle class, which we need to have an aggressive policy to rebuild. And the strength of the American middle class has always been connected to our energy policy. Do we have a policy in this country that will allow us to dominate the world in manufacturing, to dominate the industries of the future, to keep costs low for both business and consumers? And so I'm rising here today in support of this permitting process bill that we will be voting on here this week. This is an important opportunity for us to mobilize and move the natural gas industry in places like Ohio to both reduce costs here for manufacturers and consumers, and for us to export this product abroad to make sure our allies in Europe are able to get cheap natural gas so they're not hooked on Vladimir Putin. There's an opportunity here to sell to China, who's putting on one coal-fired power plant a week. This is both a jobs bill, This is about putting money in people's pocket by reducing energy costs. And this is about helping our allies abroad. The #1 country to reduce CO2 from 2005 to 2019 was the United States of America, because natural gas replaced coal. And if we do that around the world, we have an opportunity in the next 5 to 10 years to dramatically reduce carbon around the world and meet some of our climate change goals. So this permitting bill is acknowledging the fact that the average duration of some of these projects is 4.5 years to get the permits. That 25% of these projects take 6 years. If you're doing a hydrogen project, 5 years. 11 federal and state agencies. You wonder why the average American's so frustrated, or the average business person so frustrated to interface with the American government as a business, or a consumer for that matter, is maddening. And it is limiting our ability to create jobs here in the United States, to power the United States, and to meet our climate goals. This is a win across the board. So this permitting bill is for 42% of the DOE projects are for clean energy, transmission, or conservation. Only 15% are for fossil fuels, but it's all gummed up, and we can't get any progress. And so this bill is an opportunity for us to streamline, provide some framework, to streamline this process so that we can get moving on some of these projects, so that we can dominate these industries of the future. In my district, we have 2 natural gas power plants. We need more. We want to build electric vehicles, electric trucks, electric cars, electric tractors, batteries, solar panels. We want to move into hydrogen. We have so many opportunities in this country, but it's gummed up by an old, corroded government that doesn't know how to interface with business. So I am supportive of this permitting bill. I think we need to streamline this process. We need to juice up the natural gas industry as well as the other industries of the future. This is a red, white, and blue energy policy and permitting process bill. We need to support it on both sides of the aisle.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, what do you call a group of unelected, unethical, power-hungry bureaucrats making policy decisions? In many countries, we would call them an oligarchy. In the United States, though, we call them the Federal Reserve, which is funny because the Federal Reserve has no reserves and they're absolutely not part of the federal government. For decades now, the Federal Reserve has diluted the purchasing power of the U.S. dollar, decimated private industry, and divvied up the hard-won earnings of U.S. citizens amongst corrupt power brokers in Washington and Wall Street. Let me be clear. Inflation is at its root a monetary fraud, and the Federal Reserve is the biggest counterfeiting operation in American history. This isn't a debate. At this point in our history, it's really no longer even a discussion. Decade after decade, the Federal Reserve has repeated the same cycle of corruption and destroyed our economy in the process. The Federal Reserve buys bonds from the government, printing dollars to finance these purchases. Then, they deceive us into accepting this newly printed and inflated paper as currency by making its new dollars look like real currency. This is the very essence of counterfeiting. The Great Depression of the 1930s, the Great Inflation of the 1970s, the 2008 recession, and now the 2022 recession were caused in full or in part by the greatest currency fraud operation ever attempted, aided and abetted by this hallowed institution, and built on the broken backs and fractured families of millions of American citizens. Madam Speaker, former President Garfield was right when he said whoever controls the volume of currency and money in any country is absolute master of all industry and commerce. To the American people, I say that your master is not decided at the ballot box. It's not decided in public debate or open dialogue. You didn't vote for the person who controls your life. They would never let you. Your master is the machine of federal finance that in the name of quantitative easing stripped your right to property ownership away from you, turned your existence into a groveling attempt just to get by, and sucked every last drop of autonomy from the shriveled husk of what used to be a vibrant and prosperous nation. You didn't vote for the chair of the Federal Reserve. You didn't vote for 9% inflation, but you can absolutely vote for people who are willing to destroy it and give the power back to the people. With that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding achievement of a very special church, Bethesda Presbyterian Church, located in Camden, South Carolina. Bethesda Presbyterian Church was established before the American Revolutionary War. Its first sanctuary was destroyed during that war, and 2 more were built in 1790 and 1806. The sanctuary present today was designed by Robert Mills. The edifice is more classical than some of his later work and is one of the few surviving ecclesiastical designs. The sanctuary, completed over 200 years ago in 1822, is a work of Mills' maturing architecture, strongly influenced by Jeffersonian classicism. In front of the sanctuary is a monument that is dedicated to the memory of Baron de Kalb, a Continental Army soldier killed in 1780 at the Battle of Camden. In 1985, the church and the monument were declared National Historic Landmarks. Bethesda Presbyterian Church's mission is to know, to love, to glorify, and to serve our Lord God. The church provides a strong sense of community, fellowship, and worship as the members walk in their faith journey during the both joyous times and challenging times. I know personally that their members experience tremendous personal and spiritual growth. I'm pleased to recognize Bethesda Presbyterian as the outstanding church faithfully serving the Camden community and proudly serves as a historic landmark in the 5th District of South Carolina. May God continue to bless this church and its congregation. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O God, our rock and our salvation, our prayers are once again offered unto you on behalf of Ukraine. Many are its foes. The fearful within its borders yearn for the strength of your justice. The adversaries who surround them are saying that you will not deliver them. But you, O Lord, have proven to be a shield around them. You are the source of their strength, the one who lifts their heads to face their enemies. In these seemingly never-ending days and months of conflict, in their waking and their sleeping, Lord, sustain the men and women of Ukraine. May they not give in to the fear, though they are continually assailed on every front. May their faith in you uphold them. Arise, O Lord, and deliver the people of Ukraine. From you alone comes deliverance. May your blessing be upon your people. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the chamber her approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Washington, Congresswoman Del Bene.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair lays before the House the following communication.
The Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I write today to request to be removed from the House Natural Resources Committee to allow newly elected Representative Peltola from Alaska to serve on this important committee. I am confident Ms. Peltola will bring a unique and crucial perspective to the committee. It has been an honor to serve on the Natural Resources Committee and to work on issues of vital importance to Massachusetts citizens. Signed sincerely, Lori Trahan, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. Chair lays before the House another communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I write today to request to be removed from the House Armed Services Committee and the House Education and Labor Committee so that I can fulfill my new role as a member of the House Appropriations Committee. It has been an honor to serve on the House Armed Services Committee and the House Education and Labor Committee during my time in Congress, and I am grateful for the opportunities these committees provided to advocate for issues of vital importance to New York. I look forward to serving the people of New York in my new role on the House Appropriations Committee. Signed sincerely, Joseph Morelli, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we recognize the late Ricardo Marquez Jr., an outstanding American who passed away in July after battling cancer. Everything that Rick did in his accomplished life was done for his family and in service to our great nation. Rick was a Marine who defended our nation honorably prior to joining the Bureau of Prisons. Rick spent nearly 30 years with the Bureau of Prisons, working at both USP Lewisburg and FCC Allenwood in Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District prior to retiring. Having toured both these facilities, it is clear that the men and women who work there are outstanding individuals. I can tell you that it takes an enormous amount of fortitude and sacrifice to do that work. Everyone who knew Rick remembers him as a natural-born leader, a man who left a lasting impression of love and respect on everyone he encountered. America is better off because of Rick's contributions and work. It is my hope that Rick's family finds comfort in his legacy and lifetime of service. Thank Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under President Donald Trump in 2020, America exported more petroleum than it imported for the first time since 1949. Donald Trump achieved energy independence. However, since Biden came to office, the national average for a gallon of gasoline is over $1.30 higher per gallon. Electricity costs are 15% more, and at this point, Biden has leased fewer acres of offshore and federal land for domestic oil and gas production than any president in 70 years. Also, on this day of his presidency, Biden killed the Keystone XL pipeline, which could be supplying 830,000 barrels of oil a day from Canada to America. Higher gas prices increase delivery costs, increasing Biden inflation, which destroys jobs. Irresponsible decisions by Biden and the Democrats are responsible for the energy crisis. God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years. As the global war on terrorism moves from the safe haven of Afghanistan to America, we will always cherish the service of Congresswoman Jackie Walorski, and God bless Ukraine victory.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act is bringing fire and rain to the White House and to the American people. Yesterday, Biden and a host of celebrities and politicians, highlighted by a James Taylor serenade, celebrated their Inflation Reduction Act, even as the economy cratered in real time. As the president spiked the football on his supposed accomplishment, the Dow tanked nearly 1,300 points, and the Consumer Price Index rose to 8.3%. President Biden and Speaker Pelosi have taken every opportunity to herald the deficit reduction, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, and what it would provide. But the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just updated the score to the new law, and it's worse than we thought. The reckless government spending on the Green New Deal policies in this bill will increase our deficit spending through 2026. This means the IRS will need to take an additional $60 billion from the middle-class Americans through increased audits to pay for this out-of-control spending. It shouldn't surprise anyone that we are already suffering the negative effects of this spending. But Democrats are basking in the sunshine of their political accomplishment despite the economic storm it brings for the American people. Remember, Democrats aren't just taking money out of your wallet, they are celebrating it.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 5916, the Wounded Warrior Access Act. When veterans file claims to the VA, they're given what's called a C-file. And my office has heard from countless numbers of veterans who have had trouble accessing these C-files through the VA's outdated and antiquated system. And our veterans need these files in order to access benefits that they've earned or appeal the VA's decisions about their claim. That's why, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is so important. Veterans in the Inland Empire and across this country need an easy way to access their information without jumping through these hoops. My bill is a common sense solution that updates an antiquated system, and I want to thank Chairman Takano and members of the House Veterans Affairs Committee for their leadership in bringing this bill to the floor, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting aye on H.R. 5916. Yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor John Trees. Mr. Trees lived in Springfield, Illinois, and was a loving husband to our own district office's Candace Trees. On September 28th of this year, they would have celebrated 48 years of marriage. John was a proud veteran of the U.S. Air Force, serving during the Vietnam War. After his years of service, John went on to become a skilled laborer and accomplished carpenter. Once retiring from the Illinois Department of Transportation, John had more time to do what he loved. Combining his love of food and serving others, John also started his own catering business, aptly named Two Drunks in the Dark Catering. He truly enjoyed spending time with his wife, 3 daughters, and 5 grandchildren, going on yearly trips to the St. Louis Cardinal games or attending his grandchildren's sporting events were just a few things Papa John would do. John would be the first to lend a hand and always had a welcoming door at his home. John was always great at providing advice and giving direction to those who needed it the most. We honor John today, and I send my deepest condolences to Candace and the entire Trees family during this very difficult time. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
By using diesel-powered equipment, nitrogen, and other fertilizers, American farmers feed our nation and are the #1 exporter of food worldwide. My fellow farmers and I are alarmed because Joe Biden and his green bad deal team are in the process of creating a food crisis. Radical leftists will destroy farms, especially family farms, with a tax on fertilizer and livestock. The leftists are pushing to replace farmland we need for food with solar panels that are terrible for the environment and made in China. Without farms, people starve. Radical leftists are causing famine, blackouts, and rationing in other countries. We cannot let them control our food production. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1347, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following...
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this institution can be synthesized into one word: represent. But can we, as a hallowed and time-honored body, truly sit here in this sacred chamber and say with straight faces that we are fulfilling this calling? Our woes as a nation beset us upon every side, and this body has, through inaction or, frankly, malicious action, made many crises worse. At the beginning of this Congress, our border was in shambles. Can we honestly say the institution has improved even slightly? This situation? At the start of 2021, our economy was teetering. Today, among the smog and dust of collapse have yet to settle. Today, we are weaker domestically and frighteningly vulnerable internationally. China rises, Russia marches, the Middle East implodes, and this body sits on its hands and names post offices. Hear this: America cannot be saved through legislation. Men and women of virtue and value must rise to alter the very culture of our nation. Christ, not Congress, will be what saves this country. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. Chair announces the Speaker's designation pursuant to Clause 7A1 of Rule 15 of H.R. 3173 as the measure on the consensus calendar to be considered this week. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3173, the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act, as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3173, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to establish requirements with respect to the use of prior authorization under Medicare Advantage plans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbeni, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, more than 28 million seniors get health care through Medicare Advantage, including 600,000 in Washington State. For these seniors and the physicians that care for them, we must deliver a quality product that allows providers to keep our seniors as healthy as possible while reducing wait times, paperwork, and hassle. Unfortunately, the cumbersome and antiquated prior authorization process that many Medicare Advantage plans utilize often gets in the way. This involves multiple phone calls and faxing documents to insurance companies. It's 2022, and even Congress has moved beyond faxing. The HHS Inspector General recently reported that prior authorization is responsible for delaying and even denying medically necessary care. That mirrors reports that we've heard from providers for years now. In one case, the Inspector General found that due to prior authorization, a 76-year-old Medicare beneficiary with post-polio syndrome was denied a request for a walker. In another case, a Washington State resident and professional fisherman had to miss this past summer's fishing season in Alaska because his hip surgery was delayed for months. According to the American Medical Association, 1 out of every 4 physicians report that prior authorization has led to a patient being hospitalized. Prior authorization is also a burden on providers who spend 13 hours a week completing prior authorization paperwork, often for procedures that are approved over 95% of the time. That's time they could be spending with patients. Today, the House of Representatives will take a major step forward in resolving this problem. The Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act will make common sense changes to prior authorization to ensure our seniors are getting the care they need when they need it. First, the bill will require all plans to use an electronic prior authorization system. That means no more phone calls, no more faxes, and no more wondering what information is needed to submit to insurance plans when requesting prior authorization. Second, we establish a process for real-time decision-making. It doesn't make sense that services in line with standard clinical practice guidelines or services that are approved more than 95% of the time are subject to prior authorization. We also know that delayed approvals can result in patients falling through the cracks and missing out on care. Real-time decisions will help stop that. And finally, this bill requires reporting on the number of prior authorization requests, the rates of approvals and denials, and the rates of successful appeals to increase transparency. Collectively, this bill will help providers spend more time with patients and less time with paperwork. Today's vote and the teamwork that brought this legislation to this moment is a bipartisan success story and shows that Congress can come together and put the needs of the American people before the gridlock that we all know too well. I want to especially thank Representative Mike Kelly, our Republican lead, for his tireless work on this for years. Also, our co-leads, Doctors Ami Bera and Larry Bouchon, as well as Senator Roger Marshall, who worked with us when he was in the House in the 116th Congress and has continued this effort in the Senate. I'd also like to thank the over 300 of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who've co-sponsored this bill. The support for this legislation has been overwhelming, and it has been endorsed by over 500 healthcare organizations. I want to particularly thank the Regulatory Relief Coalition and the American Medical Association that helped develop a quality bill and build support for it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record the list of the endorsements and letters of support from the Regulatory Relief Coalition and the American Medical Association.
Without objection.
I'd also like to thank the staff from personal offices, from the committee and leadership offices that have spent countless hours researching this issue and working with stakeholders to develop this legislation. In particular, I want to thank my former legislative director, Kyle Hill, who is truly integral in developing and advancing this legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Delbaney for being with me today. We're really proud of this bill.
How much time does the gentleman wish to speak?
As much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, we're really proud of this bill because it's taken a lot of time to get there, and it's taken so many people on both sides of the aisle looking at it and saying, this is something that just makes sense. So the Seniors Timely Access to Care Act, the purpose of this bill is very simple. It's to protect our seniors. They deserve fast, high-quality care when they see their doctor, not bureaucratic paperwork and delays. Now, unfortunately, our current prior authorization system often produces just that. My office has heard countless stories of Pennsylvanians being affected by having their care delayed due to prior authorizations. Now, one ophthalmology practice reported that they had problems getting both of a patient's eyes authorized for a basic operation because the system rejected the second eye as a duplicate. At the University of Pittsburgh's Department of Neurosurgery, doctors can perform an advanced surgery with a gamma knife to control brain tumors. In too many cases, these operations give patients extra life and more time. But the problem is that it takes prior authorization, and care is delayed for way, way too long, costing patients valuable time. Now, as a result, patients lose confidence in the medical system, and they also begin to lose hope. That's why we're here today, to move the prior authorization process into the 21st century and give doctors and health insurance plans the tools they need to make these decisions more quickly. The current system allows insurance plans to take weeks to review prior authorization requests, leaving patients waiting. The process is often manual, requiring fax machines, phone calls, and paper submissions, meaning doctors cannot easily appeal these decisions. Now, the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act requires prior authorization decisions to be done faster, helping seniors get care more quickly. Most routinely approved prior authorization items and services will receive a real-time electronic response. For non-routinely approved items, doctors and patients will have clear expectations of how long they are going to need to wait for a response, allowing them to better coordinate their care. Additionally, health insurance plans must begin to disclose data on how many prior authorizations they approve or deny, along with an analysis of how they made that decision. Now, truthfully, I've seen many similar situations in the business I've been in my whole life. I'm an automobile dealer, and when we're working on an owner's car under warranty, too often it's a negotiation with the manufacturer on what repairs we're able to do. The manufacturer does their own time studies on how long they think it should take and what they think should be repaired. But oftentimes, those time studies are on a brand new car or truck just off the assembly line. And as you and I know, both living in Western Pennsylvania, we have a lot of steep hills, and we go through really rough winters where there's a lot of things put on the road, salt and whatever else, that can corrode different parts once they're in operation. Now, it's the same story with insurance companies when we're doing covered auto body work. We have to give the insurance company estimates before we ever touch a car or truck, and then continuously negotiate with them as we get into the teardown of the vehicle and find other damage. So we have to get back and get authorization to do that, and that holds up the process. So as much as people say, no, wait a minute, wait, don't compare cars and trucks and that warranty work to patients. You know what? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You're denied access to care that you need today, not tomorrow, not sometime in the future. There's no reason why you should have to wait for it. Not in today's world, and not with the way we're able to improve all this. And I know when I talk to Dr. Barrett or Dr. Bouchon, or especially with Ms. Delbaney, we think, why in the world are we working on old ways of getting answers as opposed to being able to get them today and get them more quickly? So I just think what we do makes sense. I would rather rely on a technician who has experience in it than somebody who does time studies on something that isn't actually the duplicate of what we're looking to do. So, look, this whole thing is about protecting our seniors. The people who have done the most for this generation and previous generations, who have really put their shoulder to the wheel and have never, ever complained, but have always done what they think is best. Why in the world would we make it harder for them to get the health care they deserve? Why? That makes absolutely no sense to any of us. And this is not a red concern or a blue concern. It's all about red, white, and blue. It's about Americans. It's not about Republicans or Democrats, or Libertarians, or anything else. It's about this body's obligation to come together on issues that are really critical. There's never should be any type of the work that we've had to go through to get this done. And then all of a sudden last night, by the way, the CBO decided after 11 months to weigh in on how we would score this legislation. So they waited till the 11th hour, and then right after the 11th hour, they immediately pulled back what they had said they thought the cost was going to be. I don't know how anybody runs a business like that. I know if I give somebody an estimate of something, or if I tell somebody something's going to be done in a certain time, and I know we make commitments to all of the people we represent. Give them the right answer in the right time. Why make them wait for something that's so basic? I know we always have this concern about fraud and waste and abuse. My complaint really it comes down to service. And we can complain about a lot of things, but we cannot complain about what we owe our seniors. Now, we wrote and rewrote this bill over the course of the last several years to ensure it was as strong as possible, using everything that's available to us today to implement to get answers quicker, not longer, not put people off, not tell them to wait in the waiting room, not tell them to stay on hold, but to get them an answer and get them the care they need today. Look, feedback's important. Honesty is more important. I know Ms. Delaney and Dr. Barra, Dr. Bouchon, and so many of our colleagues agree the same way, and all the staff members that you mentioned. This is not something that just happened very quickly and on the back of an envelope. This is something that a great deal of concern went into, a great deal of care went into, and a great deal of looking into went into. So I'm going to thank my colleagues. And I'm going to ask everybody today, when this comes up for a vote, please vote for seniors. Please vote for all of those who've done so much for all of us. And take this opportunity to thank them in a way that really makes sense, and that is by saying, you played the game well, you've played the game long, you've done so much for all of us. Why don't we do something for all of you? So I thank my colleague. It's been great, and all our colleagues for getting on board on this. It's been a really good example of how when we actually work together on good policy and don't worry about the politics of it, amazing what can get done for the American people. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to my colleague on the Ways and Means Committee, another leader of this legislation, the Congresswoman from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my colleague Representative Del Benny's bill, the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act. I've heard from countless patients in my Southern California district whose care has been delayed for weeks and in some cases outright denied because of countless barriers and archaic approval methods. And I've heard directly from physicians who are at their wits' end, unable to provide the care they know will help their patients because of endless red tape. The Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act makes thoughtful and much-needed improvements to the Medicare system to correct these problems. The bill before us today will promote modernization of the prior authorization system to speed up approvals of routine procedures. It moves the system of prior authorization into the 21st century, away from fax machines and toward electronic approved methods. And by shortening the window by which insurance plans must respond to a prior authorization request, the bill will ensure patients get the care they need when they need it. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman reserve? Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment also to thank the Regulatory Relief Coalition, because they have been working hand in hand with us, trying to contact as many members as they can, and today's an example of when we work together what we can get done. At this time, I'd like to represent the doctor, one of the doctors in our DocCon caucus from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, to give his actually on-the-job, on-the-field experience of what it's like to try to work through this massive group of I don't know what you call these people. They're hard to work with, and they don't represent us. They do represent something else. I think we need to represent just our folks back home. So,
for how much
Dr. Murphy, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Del Benny and Kelly for putting forth the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to explain to the public what pre-authorization means. I'm a practicing physician, so if I order a test, I recommend a surgery. It then goes into a bucket at an insurance agency. And then we play the great waiting game. The patient's no longer in the office because we have no idea how long that waiting game is. It was put in and accepted for what I believe was a good cause. But as with many government programs or institutions of our bureaucracy in the private sector even, it's something that has gone bad and gone terribly wrong. I may be waiting two or 3 or 4 weeks to speak with somebody who's not my peer. I'm a surgeon. I may be speaking with a pediatrician, or even more, I might be speaking with a nurse practitioner who has no experience whatsoever in my field of study to get their approval of something that I know needs to happen. It's an absolutely antiquated system that does not work. And I'm going to give you a couple examples. Approximately 10 weeks ago, I saw a prostate cancer patient. There were 2 avenues to go on this. Either he needed to be operated on very quickly, or it was the cat was out of the bag and he needed intensive chemotherapy quickly. A week goes by, 2 weeks go by. What's that patient doing at home? He hasn't slept 1 wink because his entire future, his entire life is then suspended in front of him. It took 3 weeks to get the study that every urologist in the country knew was necessary to get that answer. Yet in the meantime, that patient has lost years just in life as far as worry. A second, one of my partners did a very complicated surgery on a patient. The patient was a bad diabetic, came in a week or 2 later with a wound infection. Fine, come in, get some intensive IV antibiotics. Try to get the patient out of the hospital because we know it's good to get patients out of the hospital when they don't need to be in the hospital. He needed a certain oral antibiotic that was prescribed for him. It was not denied. It was denied. It was denied. It was denied. A week and a half later, he shows up in my office as an emergency. I have to send him over somewhat late in the afternoon. So that means he gets on the OR schedule at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, or 2 a.m. and has to have an abscess drained, and then he's in the hospital now another 2 weeks because he didn't get that antibiotic prescribed to him when he should have because it was denied his authorization. Mr. Speaker, I know the CBO score came in. I don't believe it. I've lived and breathed this for 30-plus years. I don't believe it. It doesn't pass the smell test. To come up at the last minute with this score, in my opinion, is erroneous and needs to be looked at again. Because I look at the savings that we as physicians provide in knowing what's right for our patients in the moment versus some bureaucrat in an insurance company who's given the directive to deny, deny, deny is not what we should be doing in medicine. Our medical system has become bankrupt, and part of these pre-authorizations are part of it. So I have a hard time going along with the CBO score of $16 billion because I don't believe it. This is what's right for patients. This is decades past the time when this should have been done. I look at the doctors that I have worked with, and we're just plagued in clinic because we know what we're going to recommend for our patients after years of study and work with patients is going to be possibly been denied by someone who has no experience, who's been told by insurance companies, deny, deny, and deny until they wear out the doctor and wear out the patient. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a travesty, I believe, to not pass this bill. I also do not believe the CBO score, and I think it's a great injustice for our patients to be denied care because of this antiquated pre-authorization system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With those comments, I'll yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, it's so important that we work with experts in the medical community to develop strong legislation, and we are incredibly fortunate to have, as one of our co-leads on this bill, one of our doctors in Congress. So I want to thank him for all of his incredible work getting us to where we are today, and I yield 3 minutes to my colleague from California, Dr. Ami Bera.
You say 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. I wanted to first thank my colleague from the great state of Washington, Ms. Delbeni, as well as my good friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, as well as my fellow doctor, Bhushan. This was how legislative processes should work. You identify a challenge, you work on it in a bipartisan way, but you put the American patient first, because that's what this is about at the end of the day. How do we give efficient, quality care to America's patients, and in this case, America's seniors? You know, I've been practicing medicine, going back to 1995, and yeah, I've used a fax machine back in 1995. This is about coming into the 21st century, modernizing the practice of medicine. It's also about letting us do what we went to medical school for, what we did residency for. After 4 years of undergrad, 4 years of medical school, anywhere from 3 to 7 years and longer of residency training, doctors want to be doctors. They want to take care of their patients. And yes, there is a role for prior authorization in limited cases. There's also a role to go back and retrospectively look at how care is being delivered. But what's happening today is a travesty. It wasn't the intention of prior authorization. It's a prior authorization process gone awry. And let me give you some examples. When I talk to my former colleagues, the folks I went to medical school with, they spend up to 40% of their time on paperwork, on administrative burden, on doing things that don't enhance clinical care or enhance their ability to take care of patients. We heard from Dr. Murphy talk about the delays in care. That adds cost, that adds time, and in some cases, it occasionally will potentially kill a patient. That isn't what this is about. This is about providing America's seniors efficient care, reducing the burden, and allowing doctors to do what we went to medical school for, take care of patients. Let's bring this into the 21st century, and let's start to put the patient central in American healthcare. And that's how we're going to actually lower costs of care, deliver better outcomes, and improve satisfaction. We see a lot of doctors leaving the practice of medicine because of that administrative burden, the hassle factor. That doesn't improve care. That actually makes care worse. So let's move into the 21st century. Let's deliver that care, and let's move forward. This is a shining example of how Congress should work. If you think about it, 320 plus members of Congress in a bipartisan way of the House support this legislation. All of the doctors in Congress support this legislation. You've got Senate support of this legislation. Over 500 groups, as my colleague said, support this legislation. It is about good medicine. It is about taking care of the patients. I also want to recognize my prior senior healthcare LA, Colleen Nguyen, who worked incredibly hard on this, as well as my current healthcare legislative assistant, Harsh Patel. As Congresswoman Delbeni pointed out, it's the staff that makes us look good. So thank you. Everybody should vote for this, and we should pass it unanimously. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Ms. Delbeni, thank you so much. I know Dr. Bear is leaving the floor right now, but so often, when I'm home, I'm here, we always pick winners and losers, and somehow that becomes the main objective of who won, who lost, and then, so we're worried today about the score. It doesn't matter on the score because everybody wins on this. There's no loser on this. And if we can't look to the people who have supported us our whole lives and have created the opportunity that exists in this country on their backs, what in the world are we doing here? Oh, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the opportunity to be with you, Ms. Delbany. This is incredible. We'll get this done today. I'm urging every single member to vote for this. Please throw out your scorecard and look at a picture in your wallet of who it is that parented you or grandparented you and say, you know what, wouldn't it be nice to give them something back after they gave us their whole life and let them have some peace of mind? I don't think there's anything greater in your later years than peace of mind and being able to know that I'm getting health care when I need it. I'm not going to have to wait for somebody someplace else to determine whether I should get it. So it's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure working with all our colleagues, and for Dr. Marshall, who used to sit here with us but now is over in the senior area of this magnificent model. Although I think he's too young to be there. Now, I'm sure my older senators will say, hey, Kelly, please don't call us old. I won't. Let's just say the more seasoned members. But I'm glad we can wrap this up on a really good note. I can't tell you how good I feel about this, that we can go home and tell those people that we represent, I don't care how they vote. All I want them to know is we care about what they have done for us, and we're going to be able to supply them some peace of mind. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is past time for us to help our seniors get timely care. It is past time to help our medical professors, our professionals, our doctors, our nurses, and others who are burdened with undue paperwork, to help them spend more time providing care. It is past time for us to move a strong piece of legislation that has strong bipartisan support. So I want to thank Chairman Neal, everyone who's helped bring this legislation forward, folks on the Ways and Means Committee, including my colleague, Mr. Kelly. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, an incredible piece of work, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3173, those as amended? Those in favor say aye. Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Okay, Mike. The gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1339 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 97, House Resolution 1339. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 302 to impose limits on accepting competitive service positions from the competitive service and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. 2, the further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 2. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 2988 to amend Title V United States Code to modify and enhance protections for federal government whistleblowers and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 3A. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution considered pursuant to subsection B and amendments en bloc described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules, not earlier considered as amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 4 of this resolution, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 4 of this resolution are waived. Section 4. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. In the case of sundry further amendments reported from the committee, the question of their adoption shall be put to the House in gross and without division of the question. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 8326 to amend Title 13 United States Code to improve the operations of the Bureau of the Census and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-64 modified by the amendment printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 7. A. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part E of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, considered pursuant to subsection B and amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part E of the report of the Committee on Rules, not earlier considered as amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 8 of this resolution, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part E of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution are waived. Section 8. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part E of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 9. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. In the case of sundry further amendments reported from the committee, the question of their adoption shall be put to the House in gross and without division of the question. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 10. During consideration of H.R. 2988 and H.R. 8326, the Chair may entertain a motion that the committee rise if offered by the Chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or her designee. The Chair may not entertain a motion to strike out the enacting words of the bill as described in Clause 9 of Rule 18. Section 11A. At any time through the legislative day of Friday, September 16, 2022, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in Section B, and the Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B. A measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of September 13, 2022, September 14, 2022, September 15, 2022, or September 16, 2022. in the form as so offered, on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C, upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. Section 12. The requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13 for a two-thirds vote to consider a report from the Committee on Rules on the same day it is presented to the House is waived with respect to any resolution reported through the legislative day of September 30th, 2022, relating to a measure making or continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1339, providing for consideration of 3 measures, H.R. 302, H.R. 2988, and H.R. 8326, all under structured rules. For H.R. 302, the rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, makes and order 1 amendment, and 1 provides a motion to recommit. For H.R. 2988 and H.R. 8326, the rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform for each bill, makes and order 4 amendments for H.R. 2988 and 3 amendments for H.R. 8326, provides en bloc authority for both bills and motions to recommit for both bills. The rule further provides the majority leader or his designee the ability this week to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered from September 13th to December 16th. Lastly, the rule provides same-day authority through September 30th for a measure dealing with continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I rise proudly today in support of House Resolution 1339, the rule for 3 crucial bills, each of which will protect an essential institution in American government and public life that came under serious attack in the previous administration. Our federal civil service, whistleblowers acting against public corruption, and the Census Bureau. All 3 bills were marked up and passed by the House Committee on Oversight and Reform. H.R. 302, the Preventing a Patronage System Act, is a bipartisan bill led by Congressman Connolly of Virginia and Congressman Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. This legislation will insulate our civil service against partisan political interference and ensure that no future president can fire government experts and civil servants simply to replace them with their own political loyalists and sycophants. The civil service system was created in the 19th century with the explicit purpose of ending the so-called spoils system and ensuring that federal employees are hired, promoted, and fired based on their qualifications and performance, not their political party connections or the political favors and services that they're willing to render to elected officials. The merit-based federal workforce exists to effectively implement federal laws and programs passed by Congress and signed into law by the President and translate those laws and programs into concrete results and benefits for the American people. Professional civil servants like scientists, engineers, meteorologists, statisticians, economic researchers, and policy analysts must be able to do their jobs and advise government officials and the public based on empirical methods, facts, and data, not ideological filters and bars of political correctness, and without fear of retaliation and discharge for political reasons. But the previous administration attempted to turn our civil service, Mr. Speaker, into a top-down political and ideological party machine, the kind that the original architects of the civil service tried to dismantle in the 19th century. In October 2020, the former president issued Executive Order 13957 to create Schedule F, a sweeping new employment category for career civil servants who work on public policy issues. Schedule F specifically targeted about 50,000 presently nonpartisan policy experts, many of them holding advanced degrees and having served for decades as policy experts across different administrations with presidents from different political parties. For these civil servants, Schedule F would have stripped away their rights, their merit-based legal protections, and their professional independence. Civil servants transferred into the new Schedule F could have been fired and replaced at any time for any political or ideological reason or for no reason at all given by a hostile administration. The 50,000 civil servants deemed to be involved in formulating policy could have been swept up in a Schedule F political purge and replaced with unqualified loyalists and flunkies with potentially catastrophic consequences for national security, the continuity of governance, and the even-handed and effective enforcement of federal laws and programs. The president already has the opportunity to appoint more than 4,000 political appointees. But Schedule F sought to go much further in radically transforming the civil service into an instrument of the chosen political ends and designs of the president. Thankfully, President Joe Biden rescinded the order in January 2021. However, several top Republicans have already expressed support for picking right up where the previous administration left off with a new Schedule F. Our civil servants must be hired based on their merits and then evaluated based on their actual job performance in office, not their political party membership, not their ideological viewpoints, and not their political campaign activism. Indeed, there are already processes in place for evaluating federal employees' actual job performance, which is why in 2021, more than 10,000 federal employees were removed from their jobs for not living up to job expectations. That's how you deal with people who are not actually doing their jobs. This bill is precisely about ensuring that civil servants will be evaluated based on their job performance and not the partisan political goals or extracurricular demands of a particular administration. As a member of the Oversight Committee, which considered this legislation carefully and reported it favorably, and the proud representative of tens of thousands of federal workers in Maryland's beautiful 8th District, I am proud to advance this bill and urge all of my colleagues to support its passage on a bipartisan basis. We have an urgent mandate to protect the historic merit-based civil service and the integrity of the federal government against anyone who would turn the clock back more than a century to allow presidents to convert our federal workforce in service of agreed-upon federal laws and programs into an instrument of personal ambition, campaign re-election, or party patronage. Now, turning to H.R. 2988, the Bipartisan Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act of 2021, led by Chairwoman Maloney. This is another piece of critical legislation in defense of another critical democratic safeguard. Whistleblowers are a great American institution and an important mechanism for guaranteeing the integrity of government. Our protection of whistleblowers reflects the fact that in our system of government, we have checks and balances all the way down. An individual federal employee can hold even the most powerful government officials accountable to the rule of law, which binds all of us. Whistleblowers in American history have exposed self-dealing, bribery, kickbacks, sweetheart contracts, lost and stolen federal property, national security failures and criminal cover-ups, other political corruption, war crimes and rape and sexual harassment in the military, major public health violations, episodes of environmental and toxic contamination, and the systematic waste or pilfering of taxpayer dollars. This bill, will improve current protections for whistleblowers by clearly prohibiting retaliatory investigations and other actions against federal employees who share information with Congress, the House of Representatives, or the Senate, or with their supervisor. The bill limits the public disclosure of the identity of whistleblowers and extends whistleblower protections to new categories of federal officers and employees, including public health service workers and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's commissioned officers. The bill also contains provisions to ensure a timely and fair procedure for whistleblowers facing discrimination and retaliation. Currently, the backlog at the Merit Systems Protection Board means that some whistleblowers may wait years for a hearing to be scheduled on their claims. This bill grants whistleblowers access to a jury trial in federal district court if the Merit Systems Protection Board does not render a timely decision in their case. Whistleblowers are integral to government transparency and accountability in our country. I strongly support this bill to ensure whistleblowers can come forward without fear of reprisal or punishment. The last bill before us, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8326, the Ensuring a Fair and Accurate Census Act, also led by Chairwoman Maloney, will protect the Census Bureau against future efforts at political interference, and it will ensure the Bureau's independence in the performance of its essential duties. The census is a constitutional mandate and imperative. The U.S. Constitution requires an actual enumeration of the whole number of persons in the country for apportioning representatives among the states in Congress. The census is an expression of the original principle that democracy must rest on the Jeffersonian idea of the consent of the governed, and therefore we need to know everyone who is here and part of the sovereign people of the nation. The census determines congressional apportionment of House seats and the allocation of trillions of dollars in federal spending. Even many businesses in the private sector rely on Census Bureau statistics to guide their decisions. The previous administration's spectacular contempt for our constitutional system was on full display during its many efforts to interfere with the 2020 census for purposes of political gain. The effort to complete a comprehensive and effective census was undermined at every turn by efforts such as the unlawful plot to add the citizenship question to the short form, which was struck down by the Supreme Court, or the installation of a record-breaking number of highly partisan political appointees to the ranks of the Bureau's leadership. The reforms contained in the Ensuring a Fair and Accurate Census Act will safeguard the integrity of the census count against this type of sinister political interference in the many years to come. Mr. Speaker, I will reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the distinguished gentleman and my good friend from Maryland for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. And I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rule before us today provides for three pieces of legislation, consideration for three pieces of legislation that are laser focused on a president who has not been in office for almost 2 years now. Meanwhile, yesterday's CPI reading came in higher than expected, registering an 8.3% year-over-year increase. That's another 40-year high, literally the highest in my lifetime. It's abundantly clear that Democrats are focused on their efforts on political gamesmanship, hoping to distract the American people from the absolute failures of the Biden administration. Let's just go through these bills. The first bill, H.R. 302, makes it even harder for the president to remove insubordinate federal employees in policymaking roles. All this legislation accomplishes is further shielding unelected career bureaucrats from accountability to the American voter who are footing the bill for their salary. The federal government should be responsive to the voters and their elected representatives, not the whims and the ideological leanings of unelected bureaucrats. Additionally, this rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2988, the Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act. Let me start by just saying that the need to protect whistleblowers is one of the most bipartisan points of agreement in Congress. However, this legislation does nothing to protect actual whistleblowers. There's a significant difference lost in this bill between retaliation against legitimate whistleblowers and the consequences in response to unacceptable actions taken by a government employee. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 8326, ensuring a fair and accurate Census Act. Yet this bill does everything but ensure a fair and accurate census. Specifically, H.R. 8326 provides the director of the Census Bureau with unprecedented power and authority to make all operational, statistical, and technical decisions for the census. Further, this bill constrains the ability of future censuses to include critical questions, including a citizenship question, ensuring that future censuses will be unfair and inaccurate. So instead of focusing on real-life issues facing everyday Americans, House Democrats this week are focusing on 3 bills that are completely irrelevant to the multiple crises created by Joe Biden's policies. In fact, 2 of these bills have already passed in the House of this Congress in larger packages. The failed policies of the far left and the Biden administration have plunged our economy into a recession, and yes, it is a recession. They've stolen wages from the American workforce. They've destroyed seniors' retirement savings, and they've left families with the highest food prices since 1979. Let me repeat that. Grocery prices surged 13% in August, the largest increase in over 40 years. Mr. Speaker, 80% of Americans say that inflation is the most important issue facing the country. But you wouldn't know it by the bills that Democrats are prioritizing and running on the floor this week. I think it's time my Democratic colleagues listen to the people and work with Republicans on real economic solutions rather than doubling down on these dangerous, reckless, out of control spending and far-left policy bills, the same policies that have created the crises that we're now facing. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I'm delighted to hear my good friend from Pennsylvania make his presentation. I was surprised that he described these 3 bills as completely irrelevant, given that one is about protecting the integrity of the federal civil service, a force of more than 2 million people that are doing the work of the American people in the National Park Service, in the Department of Energy, in the Department of Defense, in the Department of State, in Homeland Security, and so on. I don't know what's completely irrelevant about that, nor do I understand what's completely irrelevant about protecting the rights and our encouragement of federal workers to be whistleblowers when there is massive waste, fraud, abuse, or exploitation taking place of the taxpayers' money. That's an essential purpose of government. We've got a government that is an instrument of the will of the people, and we have a lot of public policies that are being enforced, but we want to make sure that they're being enforced correctly and that the people's taxpayer monies are being respected. And the whistleblowers are helping us do that and blowing the whistle on hundreds of millions of dollars of waste and corruption and abuse that have taken place. And why we would turn a blind eye to that and describe it as completely irrelevant is beyond me. And of course, the census is foundational to the workings of American democracy, and we want to prevent precisely the kind of political finger painting all over the Census Bureau and our laws that we saw in the last administration. So I'm just curious whether the gentleman really believes that if the current president suggested that we take 40 or 50,000 federal workers who presently have civil service protection and put them directly under his control for political appointment, he would think that's a good idea, because our legislation will prevent any president in the future from doing that, including this Democratic president, any future Democratic presidents, any future Republican presidents or independents or anyone else. We don't think that's a good idea, and I can't believe that my good friend from Pennsylvania would just be agnostic as to that proposition. And let me just say, finally, about the whole question of what's relevant and what's irrelevant, it seems like all we're hearing from the other side is embodied in the big statement coming out of the Senate from Senator Lindsey Graham saying it's time for a national federal ban on abortion that could even be exceeded by the states. Now, originally, they said, well, Roe versus Wade is settled precedent. We accept that. Then they packed the court with their justices who were determined, hell-bent on overturning Roe versus Wade, and they did it. Then we heard from our friends across the aisle, well, this is a matter for the states. Let the states decide. And now we hear from our colleagues in Congress, no, they want a national criminal ban on the right of women to make their own decisions about their health, their families, their careers, and their futures. And then they will even allow states to go beyond that to completely ban abortion, which is, of course, the essential pro-life position which we've heard from our colleagues across the aisle. That's what they're focused on. Meantime, the president signed this week the Inflation Reduction Act, which will dramatically lower health care costs for tens of millions of Americans, and finally overturn the Republican ban on the government negotiating in the Medicare program with Big Pharma for lower prescription drug prices. So we're actually making progress. They want to drag everyone into their insatiable efforts to ban the right of abortion in America. And with that, I will reserve the remainder of my time. Mr. Chair.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I will double down on the comment that these bills are irrelevant. They're absolutely irrelevant, and two of them are superfluous. One's already passed. The one passed in an amendment to the NDAA, and the other one is an unprecedented grant of authority to the census, which is completely inappropriate. So yes, these bills, I would argue, are irrelevant. And you know who would think they're irrelevant? Any person you talk to on the street. If you go up to somebody filling up a gas tank and you ask them about these three bills, these are irrelevant to their lives. They're worried about the price of gas. If you ask somebody at a grocery store who's trying to feed a family about these bills are irrelevant to their grocery bill. And if you're talking about real wages and fighting the losses of wages and inflation, these bills are irrelevant to that. And a lot of blue-collar workers want wages to increase like they did under the last administration, not decrease like they are under this. So yes, these bills are absolutely irrelevant to everyday Americans. But let's just talk about the high cost of inflation. Inflation is the top concern reported by businesses and voters alike. However, instead of working to lower costs for businesses and workers, the SEC proposed burdensome new rules requiring businesses to disclose extensive climate-related data and additional climate risks. That's why, if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider H.R. 8589, which would prohibit the SEC's woke climate rule from ever moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Here to explain the amendment is my good friend from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Congressman Andy Barr, and I yield him as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, and I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, for yielding, and I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider Representative French Hill's H.R. 8589 to prohibit the Securities and Exchange Commission from trading its independence and statutory authority away in the name of alarmist climate advocacy. The proposed climate change rule from the Securities and Exchange Commission will further crush our fragile economy, and struggling families will ultimately pay the price. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics released the Consumer Price Index numbers for the month of August. As has been mentioned already today, CPI surged to 8.3% above projections, still a 40-year high, showing that this inflation crisis is not going away anytime soon. Americans are paying more for everything, and rising prices continue to wreak havoc on farmers, middle-class families, and small businesses struggling to stay afloat all across America. Of course, Democrats' overspending last year and the last year and a half has produced excess demand, pushing up prices. But no amount of Fed tightening can fix the inflationary supply-demand mismatch without also addressing the supply side. And at the heart of this inflation crisis is the Biden administration's war on American energy production. This policy of deliberately constraining the supply of energy is taking its toll on the American people. According to a Penn Wharton study, inflation has now reduced the purchasing power of American households by approximately $6,000 last year. That's like taking an entire paycheck away for an entire month for every American household. Real earnings, hourly earnings, dropped 2.8% over the year in August. Wages are down because of this inflation crisis. Credit card debt is up. It hit an all-time high last month. 1 in 6 American households are now behind paying their electricity bills and in danger of losing their utility services altogether, with natural gas prices up 30% since last July. And effectively, electricity prices are now up 15%, a 14-year high. When Joe Biden took office, the average price of gasoline was $2.36 per gallon. Today, the average gas price in America is $3.72 per gallon. And stubbornly, diesel prices are much, much higher. And that goes into everything, in transportation, manufacturing, farmers, having to fill up the tank on their tractor. All of that is passed on at the retail point of sale. In less than 2 years, America has gone from energy dominant to energy desperate. And Mr. Speaker, ground zero for the Biden administration's war on American energy is the weaponization of financial regulation and the politicization of access to capital. What do I mean by this? We all know that the Biden administration killed the Keystone XL pipeline and other critical energy infrastructure projects. We know that they're frustrating the construction of new refineries. We know that they've held up 4,400 drilling permits. But ground zero is the weaponization of financial regulation to deny American energy the access to the capital that they need to invest in a very capital-intensive business. Throughout the executive branch, at the Treasury Department, at the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, and other financial regulators, Biden has installed or nominated unelected climate alarmists and given them free rein to attack American energy businesses. And all in the name of climate change. And the sad irony, Mr. Speaker, is that if we want to innovate and we want to actually solve climate change, we wouldn't be denying American energy companies and the scientists there access to financing. We would be giving them more financing to innovate and to solve the problem the American way, through free enterprise and innovation. One of these radical nominees even called for bankrupting American fossil fuel companies. Perhaps the most dangerous regulation issued by the Biden administration to destroy American energy is the SEC's climate risk disclosure rule proposed in March. This 534-page monstrosity marks the transformation of the SEC from an independent agency dedicated to investor protection to an unaccountable and politicized bureaucracy intent on advancing radical environmental and social policy over which it has neither expertise nor jurisdiction. This proposed rule is totally disconnected from the long-standing investor-driven materiality standard and will politicize the agency and reduce its credibility by hurting investors, elevating non-pecuniary factors above financial returns, steering retail investors into lower-performing, higher-fee, and less diversified ESG investments. As a reminder, Mr. Speaker, the statutory mission of the SEC is to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and to facilitate capital formation. Well, this is not about protecting investors. It's about hurting investors. And it's not about capital formation. It's about capital destruction. It is definitively not to reduce carbon emissions or solve climate change. But the SEC is wading into environmental policy debates like climate change with its top-down, government-directed, one-size-fits-all mandatory environmental, social, and governance disclosure regulation, or ESG. SEC Chair Gary Gensler claims that the requirements in the proposal are material because institutional investors are demanding this information. But according to a study conducted by the University of Chicago and FINRA, only 21% of surveyed retail investors in this country even knew what ESG stands for. The fact of the matter is, retail investors are not demanding this information. They want returns, not politics, guiding their retirement and college savings. What do retail investors really care about? Well, yesterday's bloodbath in the stock market when the Dow plummeted by over 1,000 points in a single day, the worst drop since June of 2020, That tells me what investors actually want, Mr. Speaker, and it's returns. They need returns. They don't need an inflationary environment that's eating away their purchasing power and rising interest rates because of it that results in turmoil in the financial markets, destroying retirement savings. ESG funds are hurting American investors. They are tech-heavy, and in a market where tech stocks are in a massive sell-off and are vastly underperforming non-ESG funds that contain investments in energy, who are the losers? Retail investors who are unwittingly invested and overexposed to ESG. On top of that, ESG funds charge 43% higher fees than non-ESG funds. In short, the government is redirecting capital away from energy, and it is costing retail investors, which include teachers, police officers, and other ordinary Americans, saving for retirement, extraordinary amounts of money. But today, Congress can actually do something to protect investors. I'm leading the previous question that would amend the rule to immediately consider H.R. 8589, legislation offered by my friend Mr. Hill from Arkansas to stop this SEC rule in its tracks before it causes more damage to retail investors and to Americans struggling to keep up with unsustainable energy prices. House Republicans will keep pushing for America to get back to basics, Mr. Speaker. We need to deliver economic relief to the American people to alleviate the pain of inflation. And to do that, we need to unleash the supply side. That means more, not less, financing of American energy to lower the price at the pump, to reduce the cost of heating your home. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we need financial advisors to get back to the basics of investing. That means diversified portfolios that include American energy, not just tech. And because the point of investing your hard-earned money isn't to further a political agenda or some far-left view of America that some woke asset manager on Wall Street thinks. Instead, it is to generate a financial return that will enable you to send your kid to college, ensure you can live a comfortable life in retirement, or pursue some other aspect of your American dream. And yes, Mr. Speaker, it is about capital formation. It is about giving heroic American energy companies access to the capital and the financing that they need, not only to make energy affordable and reliable for the American people, but to make America competitive in the global economy. It's for all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join me in supporting this previous question, and I yield to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues tempt me to wander afield from what we've come here to talk about, since they want to talk about seemingly everything else. So let me try to respond to a few of the points that have just been lobbed in our direction. First, they seem to want to assign responsibility to the President of the United States for the inflation rate, but then surely they will assign responsibility to the President of the United States for the unemployment rate, which now stands at around 3.5%, the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. You got to go back a half century to find the kind of job situation that President Biden has brought to the United States of America. Last week, we learned that payroll employment is up by 315,000 in the month of August alone. Since President Biden came into office, we have added 668,000 manufacturing jobs. Now, it's true the president has been fighting inflation ever since he got into office. Why? Well, the economy started to come roaring back, not just in America, but all over the world in the wake of the pandemic. And so we saw tremendous demand with broken supply chains. And so what happens under the law of supply and demand? The prices go up. But unlike our colleagues who seem to want to chortle about it and use it as a campaign talking point, President Biden and the Democrats have been acting to bring inflation down every single day. Yesterday's consumer price index data show continued progress in bringing global inflation down here in the U.S. economy. Gas prices are down an average of $1.30 a gallon since the beginning of the summer. Price increases slowed at the grocery store this month, still too high. But real wages went up again for a second month in a row, giving hardworking families more breathing room. It's amazing to me that some of the time has been delegated to one of our distinguished colleagues who seem to want to blame these global economic conditions arising from COVID-19 and the pandemic and broken supply chains, as well as Vladimir Putin's filthy imperialist war in Ukraine, which fortunately the people of Ukraine, with the support of a lot of people in this body, but not everybody, is starting to win. And we've seen dramatic reversal of fortune in that war as the democratic forces are beating Vladimir Putin and the autocrats in Russia. But in any event, we just heard someone who wanted to blame all of these global economic conditions on an SEC regulation, which we're not here to discuss, and therefore, unfortunately, I can't address. I might agree with the gentleman for all I know. It's got nothing to do with the legislation before us, and it's hard for me to believe that that's the source of inflation around the world or the unemployment, which now is practically at the bottom level that we've ever seen over a century. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, back to the point at hand, I thought we were going to be distracted with Republican calls to ban abortion across the country. Well, the polls must be teaching them something, because I'm not hearing about abortion today. For many years, all I heard from them was abortion is murder. And the millions of the millions of persons who are being murdered by abortion. And they demanded the overthrow of Roe versus Wade, and they got their way. And yesterday, Senator Lindsey Graham introduced legislation for a national criminal ban on abortion. But of course, the so-called pro-life forces want to go further in the states and ban it completely. A lot of them don't even want to allow exceptions for rape or incest. I thought our colleagues were going to explain what their position really is. I would invite them to do so, as long as they don't want to talk about the legislation before us today. Why don't they tell us what their position on abortion is? Because America wants to know. I think their position has changed somewhat. They're singing a somewhat different tune since the people of Kansas, by 20 points, destroyed their anti-choice agenda and explained to them in numerical terms that the people of America are on the side of freedom and the rights of women and men and families to make their own decisions, and not to have those decisions being made by Lindsey Graham, one senator who yesterday pronounced that he chose 15 weeks as the right point to criminalize abortion. He chose that himself. What is their position now? America wants to know. What is their position? Do they support a national criminal ban on abortion? Are they going to allow any exceptions for rape or incest? What is their position on it if they don't want to talk about the legislation at hand? Meantime, the Democrats continue to fight for lower drug prices, for a record, unprecedented, historic investment in renewable energy. We are addressing the problems of the future. At the same time, we are defending the integrity of the federal civil service and our workforce, which was compromised and abused in so many ways by the last administration. We are defending the rights of whistleblowers to tell the truth about what's taking place in terms of political and public corruption, and not to have to face retaliation from their supervisors. And we are defending the institutions of democracy, including the census, against all of the kinds of machinations and corruption and political abuse that we saw in the last administration. And we're glad that the Supreme Court struck down their last interference with the census by trying to paste questions on outside of the rule of law on the short form. And this legislation is designed to protect the integrity of the census, along with the civil service, along with the whistleblowers. But as long as my dear colleagues and friends don't want to talk about the legislation at hand, please clarify for America what their plan is to take away the health rights of American women and their families. Are they supporting the plan we heard yesterday announced by Lindsey Graham for a nationwide federal criminal ban? And I will reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few points in rebuttal. We keep hearing that inflation is a global issue. Like somehow it's not Biden's fault and the fault of far-left Democrats, which it is. The reason why this is a global issue And I remind my friends on the other side of the aisle, it's because we're the world's largest GDP. We also just happen to be the world's reserve currency. So of course, when we have inflation, the world will have it. That's just economics. So it's amazing how the principles of economics are just cherry-picked to make points. But I would remind my colleagues of those two facts. In short, we're exporting the inflation. Now, as far as what we're doing to cause the inflation, well, it's pretty simple. We've injected trillions of dollars into the economy. That causes inflation. And then to double down on the failed policy, Joe Biden unilaterally, and I would argue unconstitutionally, canceled the debt of a swath of college students. So you now have even more liquidity in the market because of that. And the sick irony here is that the guy that's driving a pickup truck, the guy that went to school to be a plumber, an HVAC repairman, that guy is now subsidizing the lawyer who's driving to his downtown job in a BMW. That's what's so perverse about what is happening. Now let's just talk about gas prices. My colleague and my friend from Maryland said gas prices are down. Yeah, they're down from like a week ago. They're not down from January 2021 when they were less than $2.50 a gallon. So let's continue to move that goalpost. You can't argue that gas prices are up. Americans know gas prices are up. They're feeling the pain at the pump. They're also feeling it in the higher cost of all energy and food. And then finally, blaming Putin on gas prices and issues. Yeah, Putin's partially to blame. But who encouraged Putin to invade Ukraine? That would be Joe Biden by his surrender of Afghanistan. Let me be clear that any weakness on the foreign stage is an invitation of aggression. And when Joe Biden showed weakness by abandoning the Bagram Air Base, by leaving our allies on the ground to the predations of the Taliban, that was weakness, and Putin seized on that to invade Ukraine. Instead of giving the Ukrainians the MiGs they needed, the proper military supplies they needed, we decided to go halfway. Joe Biden didn't fully commit, and now we have a protracted war in Ukraine, which is going to lead to humanitarian crisis, not only in Central Europe, but all across Africa, for example, and then higher energy prices here. But that is all traced back to Biden being weak on foreign policy. For more rebuttal, I reserve to my good friend from Kentucky, Andy Barr.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman. And let me respond to my friend from Maryland and some of the specific points that he made in rebuttal to my opposition to the previous question. The gentleman says that we don't want to talk about the underlying bills. What Republicans want to talk about is what the American people are worried about, which is rising prices. What we are focused on is opposing a previous question so that we could actually go and consider legislation that would actually help improve the record inflation, 40-year high inflation that Americans are suffering with. What we are talking about is how we're going to lower the pain at the pump and lower the cost of heating your home, which is at a 15-year high in America right now. That's what Republicans want to talk about, what the American people actually care about right now. The gentleman says that, oh, unemployment is down. Let me tell you the statistic that matters. It's the fact that we have 12 million unfilled jobs in America because Democrats' spending spree has paid Americans to not go to work. Because employers in my district and in every district around the country can't find labor. The supply-demand mismatch that has produced this inflation crisis is the result of fiscal policy errors. It's the result of a war on American energy constraining the supply of energy. It's because of excessive spending that has discouraged people to return to the labor force. So we have excess demand from overspending, and we have constrained labor supply and constrained energy supply, which is impounded into everything and results in higher retail prices. The gentleman says that, oh, don't look here, don't look at us, don't look at the Biden administration's war on energy and labor supply. No, it's not that. It's not the Fed that continued to keep interest rates too low for too long and flooded our money supply at a time when all of these fiscal policy errors were going on. No, it's not that. It's global inflation. Well, why is it then in March of 2021, at the precise time that this Congress passed the American Recovery Plan, $2 trillion of unpaid for spending, why is it then that U.S. inflation rates became untethered from global price increases? That's what happened, in synchronicity with their legislation. And Mr. Speaker, he finally blames Vladimir Putin. Gas prices on the day Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine were the highest in 40 years. Inflation was over 8% on the CPI, the highest in 40 years, the highest since 1981 on the day Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. This is not about Vladimir Putin. It is about Americans not producing energy anymore. And why do we want this particular legislation, the legislation to block the SEC's climate disclosure rule? Because we need more financing of American energy. And I would argue to my friend from Maryland also, if the obsession on the other side with the climate is, if that's the concern, if that's why we have this SEC rule, if that's why we've weaponized financial regulators to go after the American energy sector and redirect capital and financing away from the American energy sector, if that is the solution to climate change, I want the gentleman to explain that to me, because the best scientists in the world working on the issue of carbon capture and carbon sequestration and harnessing the carbon cycle, they work at American energy companies. The answer to climate change is not to centralize power in Washington and add 1,000 pages to the Federal Register. That will not change the weather. What will solve climate change is to solve that problem the American way. And the American way is through innovation, technology, and science. And that means robust free enterprise. That means more, not less, capital formation. That means more financing of American energy, more financing of innovation. That's the Republican solution to climate. And it's also the Republican solution to our energy crisis and our inflation crisis. That's what we're focused on, not these bills that the American people don't care about. We are focused on lowering prices at the grocery store and at the pump and financing American competitiveness, American innovation, and American know-how. That's what we want to do. And with that, I will yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Reserved.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The very distinguished gentleman from Kentucky purported to speak for what Americans are worried about. And undoubtedly, many Americans are worried about inflation, which is why this administration has been taking strong action, not just to get jobs for everybody who wants a job and good jobs and union jobs for people, but also to bring inflation down. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a New York Times article entitled, "U.S. Gas Prices Have Fallen for 91 Straight Days, a Relief for Consumers." But I want to talk about some of the other things that Americans are worried about, since my colleague purported to speak for Americans, because I saw a poll recently saying that Americans are worried about the attack on democracy and voting rights. And part of that may be the fact that some of our colleagues seem to be ambivalent about whether or not to denounce the rampant violence that was unleashed against this institution, this body, on January 6, 2021, when thousands of rioters came and attacked our officers, wounding, injuring more than 150 of them, breaking their jaws, their necks, lost fingers, strokes, heart attacks, concussions, contusions. And of course, the former president says that his mob actually greeted the police with hugs and kisses. And so some of our colleagues shamefully have followed the former president in trying to whitewash the worst episode of domestic mass insurrectionary violence ever unleashed on the Capitol of the United States, with an attack on the Vice President, Mike Pence. And we heard those words, hang Mike Pence, bouncing off of the walls of the Capitol and against the Congress of the United States. So yes, people are worried about the state of our democracy, with so many members of the GOP following Donald Trump in not only his terrible big lie, the first time we've ever seen that in American history, but also the big lie encompassing this mob violence and this insurrection against the government of the United States. You know what else Americans are worried about? Americans are worried about now state politicians and federal politicians trampling the rights of women. For more than a half century, women have had a right to make their most intimate, procreative, and reproductive decisions with their families, with their husbands, with their partners, with their ministers, with their church leaders. And then they gerrymandered the Supreme Court. They kept Merrick Garland off the Supreme Court by not even giving him a hearing over on the Senate side. And then what do you know? They follow what the RNC was asking for in all their platforms for all of those years, overturn Roe versus Wade. And they overturned Roe versus Wade. And then we heard from our colleagues, well, we just want the states to decide. But yesterday, Senator Lindsey Graham unveiled what the real plan is, a nationwide criminal ban on abortion. And if they can go further in the states, they will go further in the states. And we got Republican proposals all over America to completely ban abortion from the moment of conception, which is the pro-life orthodoxy, which is life begins at conception. We heard it in the Judiciary Committee. We've heard it in the Oversight Committee. We've been hearing it for years, but now they have fallen strangely and demurely silent. And why is that? Well, part of it is because of the good people of Kansas who showed them just where America is on this. America is a country committed to individual freedom and the rights of the people to make their own decisions, and not having busybody theocrat politicians in state capitals telling them how to make their own decisions about their careers, about their lives, about their families, and about their health care. And certainly not allowing Lindsey Graham to dictate to the women of America what their destiny will be. And they won't say a word about it. They'll talk about an SEC regulation nobody heard of that we're not here to talk about today. They'll blame Joe Biden for global inflation. They'll blame Joe Biden for Vladimir Putin's filthy imperialist invasion of Russia. I hear them denouncing Joe Biden. They won't denounce Vladimir Putin for 1 second. I'd happily yield a minute if they would denounce Vladimir Putin, but they won't do it. And we've heard people over on their side cheerleading for Vladimir Putin. I heard the gentlelady from Georgia say Russia wins. Guess what? Russia doesn't win. The people of Ukraine are winning today. And the people of America are with the people of Ukraine. And we're on the side of Democrats, small d Democrats all over the world, against the autocrats like Putin, against the theocrats like people who would dictate to the women of America their own health decisions. We're against the tyrants and the bullies and the despots. We're against presidents who get into office and try to dictate the political decision-making of individual members of the workforce and try to push their ideological program into the government. And we're for defending whistleblowers, we're for defending the census, we're defending democratic institutions in America. And I'm just shocked that I hear from my good friend from Pennsylvania, someone I like, someone I trust, that he actually is defending Putin against Biden and blaming Joe Biden for Putin's long-running plan to invade Ukraine. I mean, that's a remarkable thing to me, and I hope we can have that clarified. I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd let my good friend from Maryland know that I like him too. And I would certainly clarify the remarks on Putin. Look, I'll denounce Putin right now. Remember, I was the one calling in the beginning of this conflict for a no-fly zone to be established, led by the United States. I don't think there's anybody more hawkish on Russia and the Ukraine issue than myself on this side of the aisle. So to say that I was up here defending Putin is ludicrous. We, of course, need to defeat Putin. We should have been much more engaged from the beginning of this conflict, not just to send a message to the Russians, but to send a message to the Iranians and a message to the Chinese vis-a-vis Taiwan. But I could go on. So I would say it's a total mischaracterization of my position to say that I'm up here saying good things about dictator Putin. But I remind my friend from Maryland about the history of this building. In 1814, it was literally burned to the ground. In the 70s, Puerto Rican separatists stormed in, detonated a bomb. So let's just get historical context in place. And as far as denouncing violence, everyone on this side of the aisle has denounced political violence consistently. The inconsistency is from my friends from across the other side of the aisle who cherry pick when they denounce political violence. I remember that during the entire summer of 2020, my friends across the aisle treating the the destructive BLM and Antifa protests that caused $2 billion worth of damage. They treated those protesters with kid gloves. You had the current vice president paying the bail for the protesters. You had the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, saying, and I quote, "The whole point of protesting is to make people feel uncomfortable. To folks who complain protest demands make others uncomfortable, that's the point." Those are the words of the Democrats, not of us. We can go on. Chris Como, CNN host. Please, show me where it says protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful. Last time I checked, that was a Democrat. New York BLM co-founder Hawk Newsome said in response to Erica Adams trying to put plainclothes police officers on the street, he said, and I quote, "There will be riots, there will be fire, and there will be bloodshed." It sounds to me that the political violence and the support for the rhetoric that's coming to support political violence and upheaval is coming from one side of the aisle, the Democrat side of the aisle. For more rebuttal, I yield to my good friend from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 3 minutes.
The
Thank you.
gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you. We may have found a point of bipartisan agreement that we all dislike Vladimir Putin. But one of the main reasons why Vladimir Putin was able to invade Ukraine was the removal of deterrence, unilaterally waiving sanctions on Nord Stream 2, refusing to respond for a full year of a buildup, inviting aggression by retreating from Afghanistan and signaling to our allies, we're not coming to help you. That might be one of the reasons why we have a problem with Vladimir Putin right now. But to the gentleman from Maryland's argument that we're just purporting to speak for all Americans, well, we are the representatives of the American people, and we are their only voice in this chamber. And I am not purporting to speak for Americans. I am telling you what my constituents in Kentucky are telling me. Charlie from Fleming County, who says that he can't afford to fill up his tractor as a farmer because diesel prices are where they are. And he says, I don't know where they get their numbers in Washington, Congressman, but it feels 3 times 8% on the CPI. Or Lorna from Mount Sterling, Kentucky, who owns a floral business, a Main Street small business, and everything costs more. And she said, this is not the America I know. And then Jamie, who is a mom of 2 kids, she goes to get baby formula. She goes to the grocery and she can't afford groceries. She tries to fill up her car to take her kids on errands and she can't afford it. This is not purporting to speak for the American people. These are the American people, and they are suffering because this administration will not fix the supply side. They raise taxes on businesses, which discourage business investment and capital expenditures that we need to fix the supply bottlenecks. They raise prices at the pump by declaring war on American energy production, by weaponizing financial regulation, and they refuse to take actions that actually will solve the supply problem by actually encouraging people to go back to work. We don't need to be discouraging people to go back to work. We need to fill those 12 million unfilled jobs right now by encouraging productivity and American people going back to work. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we can go to some legislation that would actually help lower prices, what the Americans do care about, not what they purport to care about, what they tell us they care about, and that is lowering prices. And this bill would help us do that because it would unlock the financing we need to make America energy dominant once again and lower prices across the board. And I yield to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Done. You're on fire.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, so I would yield to myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, the CPI, just released yesterday, shows that prices have increased 8.3% from August of last year. Real wages are down 2.8%. The cost of electricity has skyrocketed 15.8%. That's the most since 1981, the most since I was alive. As of August, nearly a quarter of all Americans reported foregoing basic needs like food and medicine to just be able to afford their energy bill. And this number will only get worse. because we're going to face even higher costs to heat our homes this winter with natural gas prices nearing a 14-year high. Yet Democrats want to focus their efforts on, and again I would call it irrelevant legislation that has already passed the House. It will not provide any relief to American workers and American families. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, to vote no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The gentleman from Kentucky spoke about what his constituents are interested in. Apparently, they're interested only in the question of inflation. My constituents are interested in that and are satisfied about the fact that we've had more than 90 days of decline in gas prices, and this administration is fighting to reduce inflation, including with the Inflation Reduction Act, which dramatically reduces health care costs, saying that nobody will have to spend more than $35 a month on insulin, no diabetic in America. And no one in the Medicare program will have to spend more than $2,000 a year on prescription drugs generally. How's that for getting inflation down? But that's not all they care about. They care about women's right to choose and the GOP assault on the freedoms of the people, something which our colleagues maintained their demure and uncharacteristic circumspect silence about today. They didn't want to talk about this new GOP plan to ban abortion all across America. That's what we heard yesterday from Senator Graham about his plan for America. Well, my constituents want freedom in America, and they want democracy and voting rights, and they don't want to see violence unleashed against the Capitol of the United States, against school boards, against state capitals, or any of the political violence we've seen from whatever source. And I'm happy to denounce all of it. I wish my colleagues would denounce political violence when it comes to our very doors, when it enters this chamber, rather than playing follow the leader with the former president, who has disgraced himself as the first president in U.S. history to be impeached twice and continues to be embroiled in all of the political corruption investigations all over the country, as it's been shown that he egged on armed protesters to come to try to attack this body and to drive Vice President Pence out of the body and to drive us out of the body as well, interfering with a federal proceeding. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this rule and the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question and the resolution. Thank you very much.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
On that, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by five-minute votes on adoption of the resolution, if ordered, on block motion to suspend the rules, if offered, and motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 884, H.R. 5774, S2293, and S442. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, form the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the previous question.
How many cigars you got?
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jones of New York, Ms. Newman of Illinois, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, the Virginians Scott, McEachin, and Wexton, and California DeSaulnier, inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
It's ready, so she's... Mr. White, ready? Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on the motion to order previous question.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Dingle, Pingree, and Stevens, I inform the House that these members vote yes on the previous question.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Cardenas, Schrader, Karen Bass, Andy Levin, and Barragan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Conway of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Melanie Stansbury, Mr. Brian Higgins, and Mr. Don Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
Still a ways to go. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schiff of California and Ms. Rice of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Gates will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mrs. Miller will vote no on previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence from Michigan, I inform the House that she votes yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Rep. Bush of Missouri, I inform that Rep. Bush will vote yea on the motion to move the previous question on HRES 1339, and the same thing for Rep. Tlaib from Michigan. Thank you.
Should I gavel? On this vote, the ayes are 213, the noes are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mrs. Carol Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mrs. Miller will vote nay on the roll.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schiff of California, Ms. Rice of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1339.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tlaib and Ms. Bush, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib and Bush will vote yea on HRES 1339.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I for the House, Ms. Lawson will vote yes on 1339.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Melanie Stansbury, Mr. Brian Higgins, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1339.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmembers Cardenas, Schrader, Bass, Andy Levin, and Barragan, I inform the House that these members vote yes on HRES 1339.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on HRES 1339.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dingle, Pingree, and Stevens, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1339.
Yeah, this vote's going much. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Austin Scott will vote nay on the rule.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wexton, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Scott, Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. DeSaulnier, and Mr. Mondaire Jones, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on HRES 1339.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton from the state of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that the member will vote yea on Resolution 1339.
this vote. The yeas are 219. The nays are 209. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Should we recognize Steady now? We're going to do this first. You're going to have to read the titles of the bills. Yeah, we're going to do the motion then. Am I recognizing Steady? Yes. I am. Hold on 1 second. Does he know? He knows? Okay. Go up first. Go ahead. He's coming here, though. Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 11 of House Resolution 1339, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1468, S. 4205, H.R. 7939, H.R. 7846, H.R. 7735, H.R. 5916, H.R. 8260, and H.R. 5865.
The clerk will report the titles, please.
Union Calendar Number 359, H.R. 1468, a bill to amend Title 40 United States Code to eliminate the leasing authority of the Securities and Exchange Commission and for other purposes. 05, an act to require the administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to establish a working group relating to the best practices and federal guidance for animals in emergencies and disasters and for other purposes. H.R. 7939, a bill to make permanent certain educational assistance benefits under the laws administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs in the case of changes to courses of education by reason of emergency situations and for other purposes. H.R. 7846, a bill to increase, effective as of December 1st, 2022, the rates of compensation for veterans with service-connected disabilities and the rates of dependency and indemnity compensation for the survivors of certain disabled veterans and for other purposes. H.R. 7735, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to update the appraisal requirements for certain loans guaranteed by the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. H.R. 5916, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to allow for the electronic request of certain records and for other purposes. H.R. 8260, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to shorten the time frame for designation of benefits under Department of Veterans Affairs life insurance programs to improve the treatment of undispersed life insurance benefits by the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. H.R. 5865, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 4110 Bluebonnet Drive in Stafford, Texas, as the Leonard Scarcella Post Office Building.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1339, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. So the question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Somebody's going to sit here. You voted for somebody. You better hold off for a minute. Wait, no.
Designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, and from the House, Mr. Gates will vote yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Carol Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Ms. Carol Miller will vote yea on suspension and en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, I inform the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmembers Cardenas, Schrader, Bass, Andy Levin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Brian Higgins, Ms. Melanie Stansbury, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
Yeah, thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes. Thank you.
We'll be in good hands.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wexton, Mr. McKeachin, Mr. Scott, Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. DeSaulnier, and Mondaire Jones, I inform the House these 7 members will vote yes on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Dingle, Pingree, and Stevens, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Rep. Bush of Missouri and Rep. Tlaib of Michigan, I inform that Rep. Bush and Rep. Tlaib will both vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Schiff and by Ms. Rice, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on the en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on the suspension en bloc.
Gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Austin Scott will vote yea on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton from the great state of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yea on the suspension en bloc.
On this vote, the yeas are 397, the nays are 29, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bills are passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. Members are asked to take the conversations off the floor. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
With that, without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the honor of introducing Alaska's newly elected representative after she took her oath of office. Representative Peltola makes history in joining the House, and we are very glad to have her. The seat to which she was elected, however, became vacant because of an event for which we are all very, very saddened. The passing of our friend, a great friend of this institution, Representative Don Young, marked the end of an era for this House. Don was a repository of institutional knowledge and a keeper of the House's traditions. He was our dean, the most senior member of either party. Today, as we reflect upon that loss for the House, for Alaska, and for all of us who were his friends, we recognize a new dean to succeed Don in that role. And I want to join Republican leader in congratulating Representative Hal Rogers on a Mr. Speaker, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky has achieved that distinction and become our new Dean of the House. It is humbling to think that our Dean is from the same freshman class as I am. He was just shy of 5 months here before me, as does the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith. When he arrived here, we met the Dean of the House, Jamie Whitten of Mississippi, who served in the House 122 years. I don't want to offend anyone from Mississippi. I know it was short of that time, but it was a long time. Mr. Whitten had been elected first in 1941. He himself came to office when the Dean of the House had been elected in 1907, and the person who had been Dean at that time was elected in 1879, which is to say, there aren't a lot of deans of the House. On the day that member entered as freshman, Abraham Lincoln was first sworn in as President of the United States. Fewer deans of the House by far than presidents of the United States. So we are connected to the 37th Congress of the United States and the Lincoln presidency by just 4 individual members' span of service. Hal Rogers now inherits a title once held by former President John Quincy Adams, Speaker Sam Rayburn, and my dear friend, Debbie Dingell's husband, John Dingell. Those of us who know Hal can testify to the respect and love he has for this institution and for the role of dean. He will surely uphold its traditions and continue to carry forward this chain of history for the House and for our democracy. I rise to congratulate the Dean of the House, Hal Rogers of Kentucky, and I yield Mr. Speaker, I yield to the Republican leader.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and as you talk, you're runner-up almost to the dean, too, so I appreciate your service. Before I begin, I do want to take a moment. I do want to recognize and talk about our former member, Don Young. He took this job very serious, and he's greatly missed. In the new dean, there are some similarities to you and Don. You both had your assigned seats. Don was in the back, but you're up front. Don was a yeller. You're more of a Southern gentleman. Don preferred a knife in his boot. You just like cigars, which I think is a little improvement. I've known Hal for the 15 years I've been here. I don't know of another person that has a greater respect for this institution or more caringness for both sides of the aisle. I've watched Hal in a position of power as chair of appropriation work with people on the other side simply because the issue is right. I watched him define his party to stand up to do what is right. I've traveled with him throughout his district, which is not a wealthy district at all, but I watched him, no matter how many years he has served, to continue to have the ability to listen. I watched him be on the forefront of watching an opioid epidemic in America and him leading to do something about it, simply because he watched something in his district. And if you haven't ever had a moment or time, if you get Womack or Cole to step aside, take a moment and sit with Hal. He might speak soft, and at times he's hard of hearing, especially when you go through the magnetometers. But he will tell you stories that a historian would love. He'll tell you the times before of what this body would do together. He'll tell you the moments and the highs and the lows. And all of them, it would end in a story with America being a little better for tomorrow. Now, Hal, I know the first question you're going to ask me. No, you get no more extra pay for being the dean. But you have a lot of responsibility, and in essence, you're the mentor to the House. I know you'll do your job well, because all you've ever wanted to do was do what was right. Your love for the institution, your love for the body, but more importantly, the love for the country. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 884 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title, please.
H.R. 884, a bill to direct the Secretary of Transportation to establish a national aviation preparedness plan for communicable disease outbreaks and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Cardenas, Schrader, Karen Bass, Andy Levin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote yea on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Rep. Bush and from Missouri and Rep. Tlaib of Michigan, I inform that Rep. Bush and Tlaib will vote yea on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yea on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentleman For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton from the state of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Conway of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on H.R. 884.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schiff and by Ms. Rice, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Melanie Stansbury, Mr. Brian Higgins, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dingle, Ms. Pingree, and Ms. Stevens, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 884.
Is this going to make it?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Virginians McEachin, Scott, and Wexton, Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Newman, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Mondaire Jones, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 884.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote nay on H.R. 884.
On this vote, the yeas are 293, the nays are 133. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5774 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title, please.
H.R. 5774, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to ensure that unmet needs after a major disaster are met.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Carol Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House Ms. Miller will vote yea on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Cardenas, Schrader, Bass, and Andy Levin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Brian Higgins, Ms. Melanie Stansbury, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton from Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, Ms. Conway will vote yes on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 5774.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Rice and by Mr. Schiff, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 5774.
Who was first? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Scott, McKeachin, Wexton, Moore, Newman, Mondare, Jones, and DeSaulnier, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yea on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Tlaib, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5774.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Dingle, Ms. Pingree, and Ms. Stevens, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5774.
All members voted. Do any members wish to change their vote? Purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yea on H.R. 5774.
On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 20.
Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye.
On this vote, The yeas are 406. The nays are 20. Two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, to suspend the rules and pass S 2293, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title, please.
Senate 2293, an act to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to provide certain employment rights to reservists of the Federal Emergency Management Agency and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Melanie Stansbury, Mr. Brian Higgins, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by the great and powerful Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote aye.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Scott, McEachin, Wexton, Moore, Newman, DeSaulnier, and Mondare Jones, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote yea on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Mr. Lee, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Dingle, Pingree, and Stevens, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmembers Cardenas, Schrader, Karen Bass, and Andy Levin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schiff and Ms. Rice, I inform the House these members will vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton from the state of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yea on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 2293.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yea on S 2293.
Have all members voted? Do any members wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 387, the nays are 38. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, to suspend the rules and pass S 442, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title, please.
Senate 442, an act to amend Title 40, United States Code, to require the Administrator of General Services to procure the most life cycle cost-effective and energy-efficient lighting products and to issue guidance on the efficiency, effectiveness, and economy of those products and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on S 442.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmembers Cardenas, Schrader, Karen Bass, and Andy Levin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S442.
Purpose, does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Indiana. Indiana. Oh, you doing it first? No, go. Each go first.
As the member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Gates will vote no.
I thought
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Sorry about that.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schiff and by Ms. Rice, I inform the House these members will vote yes on S442.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on S442.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Carol Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Carol Miller of West Virginia will vote yes on S442.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yea on S442.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lieben Bush, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S442.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S442.
Does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yea on Senate 442.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Dingle, Pingree, and Stevens, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S442.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Mondaire Jones, Ms. Wexton, Mr. McKeachin, and Mr. Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S442.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Melanie Stansbury, Mr. Brian Higgins, and Mr. Donald Payne, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S442.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman
For what purpose does the
Eddie
gentleman
Bernice
from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on S442.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton from the great state of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on S442.
How you doing? Good. How are you? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, from the House of Mr. Fallon will vote yes on S442.
Have all members voted? Do any members wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 347, the nays are 78, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on the bill before us today.
The gentleman is recognized.
Okay.
Does the gentlewoman request leave on HR 2988?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on the bill HR 2988.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House resolution, I call up the bill 2988, the Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
Gentlewoman will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 1339 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 2988. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 2988, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Title V United States Code to modify and enhance protections for federal government whistleblowers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or the respective designees. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I
Gentle
rise
lady
in
is
strong
recognized.
support of H.R. 2988, the Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act of 2021. In May 2021, I introduced the Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act along with Representative Nancy Mace, ranking member of the Civil Rights and Civil Liberties Subcommittee. The federal whistleblowers deserve a critical role by shedding a light on government corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse and wrongdoing, often through reporting such actions to Congress. Their disclosures protect taxpayers' dollars, improve federal programs, and even save lives. Unfortunately, the Oversight Committee has seen too many examples of employers retaliating against whistleblowers. In one instance, the TSA, the Transportation Security Administration that provides security at airports, moved an airport employee hundreds of miles away to a new duty station when they revealed security flaws at the TSA at the airports. In another troubling example, a White House supervisor moved files beyond the reach of a disabled employee after the employee disclosed violations of security clearance procedures. A GAO report earlier this year also revealed that employees at 4 scientific research agencies did not report instances of political interference in scientific decision-making out of fear of retaliation and uncertainty of how to best voice their concerns. As these examples make clear, whistleblowers often make disclosures at great personal risk. That is why protections for whistleblowers have long received bipartisan support in this Congress. I thank my colleagues, including Representative Mace, for continuing that tradition today. The Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act would enact long overdue reforms to protect whistleblowers from retaliation to the greatest extent possible and to provide meaningful remedies if whistleblowers still encounter retaliation. The bill would prohibit agencies from launching retaliatory investigations against employees who blow the whistle and would limit the public disclosure of a whistleblower's identity. The bill would also provide federal whistleblowers with faster legal recourse for retaliation claims and would allow them to have their claims tried before a jury in a federal district court. Access to jury trials has long been a priority of whistleblower advocates. The last major reform to whistleblower protection was in 2012. I am proud to continue this important bipartisan effort to protect whistleblowers today. The bill we are considering also clarifies that whistleblowers who prevail are entitled to recover attorney's fees and to receive the necessary relief to make them whole. Finally, the bill would make clear that no federal employee, including the President or the Vice President of the U.S., may interfere or retaliate against a whistleblower for disclosing information to Congress. The Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act has received public support from more than 100 stakeholder organizations, including the Government Accountability Project, the National Taxpayers Union, the Project on Government Oversight, the Taxpayer Protection Alliance, and Whistleblowers of America. I ask unanimous consent to include their letter of support from 100 different organizations into the record.
Your request will be considered under general leave.
I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill and to support the heroes and heroines who disclose wrongdoing and corruption in our government, leading to reforms to make our government stronger and better able to serve the American people. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will admit the Whistleblower Protection Act has a great name because Congress cares about protecting whistleblowers. As the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, I appreciate and value whistleblowers' service and sacrifice to make government better. In fact, ensuring whistleblowers have protections against abuse or retaliation is a bipartisan issue here in Congress. That probably explains why there are already so many protections that whistleblowers have access to in statutes, regulations, executive orders, and agency policies. There's the Whistleblower Protection Act, the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act, the Whistleblower Protection Enhancement Act, the very catchy Notification and Federal Employee Anti-Discrimination and Retaliation Act. Congress has consistently sought to protect people working in the federal government who report waste, fraud, and abuse. And for good reason. Whistleblowers are often the only means of knowing what's happening in an agency. And that is especially important under the Biden administration, when the Democrats in Congress have refused to conduct any meaningful or serious oversight. But how many more whistleblower laws do we need with so many already on the books? Further, Republicans oppose this bill because it's a step too far. A simple version of this bill would have just applied the existing whistleblower protections to the few corners of the federal government that aren't already covered by the law. However, H.R. 2988 goes much further by making it nearly impossible, and only after a long, expensive process, to address performance or employment issues in anyone claiming to be a whistleblower, even if the person is not really a whistleblower, but just bad at his or her job. In the real world, if you are undermining your boss, participating in misconduct, or just lazy, your employer has options to hold you accountable. In the federal government, if you claim you're a whistleblower, you can be as terrible as you want, and almost any attempt to remove you from your station is characterized as retaliation. There's a difference between retaliation and plain repercussions, but this bill would make them the same. It would prohibit opening an investigation into someone who claims to be a whistleblower, even if there is good reason to investigate the employee's conduct. Under this bill, it would be nearly impossible to reveal the identity of a whistleblower in order to evaluate the validity of his or her claims. In large part, this bill is just an excuse to further idolize the people who pushed the sham impeachment against former President Trump. The actions of President Trump were, of course, vindicated by the Senate. Entrenching federal government employees by enacting laws like H.R. 2988 is in large part why President Trump got elected in the first place, to drain the swamp. Democrats may be wise to remember this concern of the American people and stop working to further entrench the executive branch bureaucracy. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished chairman of the Subcommittee on Government Operations, Chairman Jerry Conley of Virginia, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman and I thank the distinguished chairwoman of our committee. And I hardly think President Donald Trump drained the swamp. He filled it with alligators. I rise today in support of H.R. 2988, the Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act. I'm committed to protecting, supporting, and empowering our 2.1 million civil servants to use their acumen and expertise to do what's right for the country. As chairman of the Government Operations Subcommittee, I'm intimately familiar with how whistleblowers in the Inspector General community protect our government's most valuable asset, the federal workforce. The Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act would bolster whistleblower protections, ensure due process, equitable relief, and expand protections for more federal employees. The bill clarifies that no one may interfere with a federal employee's right to provide information to Congress, including the President of the United States. During the Trump presidency, we saw repeated and consistent efforts to silence and retaliate against brave whistleblowers. In May, the Department of Defense IG found that Trump loyalists retaliated against Lieutenant Colonel Yevgeny Vindman, who bravely reported that President Trump
had an unlawful phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Even in the wake of a damning impeachment trial and in full view of the public, Mr. Trump felt emboldened to attack active duty service members who had the courage and common sense to expose that extortion. Federal employees must feel safe and supported when rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption. We must celebrate expertise and adherence to principles of law, transparency, and deliberation that serve as the foundation of our democratic system. We must protect public servants and defend the federal merit system against partisan interference. I want to thank the chair of the Oversight Committee, Ms. Maloney, for sponsoring this bill and for always lifting up the subcommittee's work on whistleblowers and inspectors general. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from New York reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky
Reserve.
reserves. Gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee on Highways and Transit, Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton, for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my good friend, the chair of our committee, for yielding to me. And I come to speak in strong support of the Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act, of which I am a co-sponsor. I especially appreciate this bill since, as a member of Congress for the District of Columbia, many federal employees are my constituents. Importantly, this bill would expand whistleblower protections and ensure due process and enable relief for whistleblowers. We should appreciate and celebrate our federal employees, especially our whistleblowers, and I am particularly pleased that this bill would clarify that federal employees cannot be retaliated against for sharing information with Congress. It is important that Congress have full information about the operations of our government, and this good governance measure will help with that goal. I am grateful to Chairwoman Maloney for introducing this important bill, and I'm pleased to speak in support of it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves.
We have no more. I reserve. There are no more speakers and are prepared to close if the colleagues on the Republican side are ready to close as well.
Gentleman from
Mr.
Kentucky.
Chair, I have no speakers and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chair, whistleblowers in the federal government are covered by some of the most comprehensive protections for employees in the country. Whistleblowers serve a valuable role in our government, especially under an administration like the Biden administration, which is subject to almost no oversight by Congress. But giving this bill a great title, Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act, does not and should not provide cover for the actual requirements and consequences of this bill. Bill titles don't govern our government, but the substance within them. The Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act is a step too far and would help further entrench federal government employees in their job. I oppose H.R. 2988 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Speaker, this bill does not prohibit agencies from investigating actual misconduct. It merely prohibits launching an investigation as retaliation for blowing the whistle. When an agency becomes aware of a disclosure of waste, fraud, and abuse, the concern of the agency should be addressing those issues rather than retaliating against the employee who discloses the problems. This change fills a critical role created by the 2020 Appeals Court decision that held that current whistleblower laws only prohibit a retaliatory investigation if the investigation ultimately resulted in a significant change in the employee's working conditions. This decision ignored the fact that a retaliatory investigation has on a whistleblower when an investigation is going on. So I disagree with the gentleman's statement, and I am now prepared to close. And I want to stress the urgency and importance of this legislation and to talk about how important it is to protect our whistleblowers. They play a critical role in exposing wrongdoing within the government, sometimes at great personal risk. They need to be able to alert agency leaders in Congress without fear of retaliation, and passing H.R. 2988 would help give whistleblowers the protection they deserve. The key reforms in the bill would prohibit agencies from launching retaliatory investigation, extend whistleblowers the right to a jury trial, which they've long sought, and permit whistleblowers to receive attorney fees if they win their lawsuit. This bill establishes new protections for whistleblowers who have a crucial role in shedding light on government corruption and wrongdoing. This bill is also strongly supported by several, well over 100 stakeholder organizations. Just today, the National Taxpayer Union announced its inclusion of this bill as one of its no-brainers list for bills that Congress should pass. Only a few bills receive this kind of recognition. This is landmark legislation, both for freedom of speech and for government accountability. I would like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have co-sponsored this important legislation and spoken in support of it. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform, printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-464, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of House Report 117-464 and amendments in block described in Section 4 of House Resolution 1339. Each such further amendment may be offered only in order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or her designee to offer amendments in blanc consisted of amendments printed in Part C of the report, not earlier disposed of. Amendments in blanc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the committee or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I rise to offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-464, offered by Mrs. Carolyn B. Maloney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1339, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, will each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I rise to offer amendments in bloc. The amendment offered by Congresswoman Katie Porter would require inspectors general to report their semi-annual reports, the number of times their office was not able to resolve a whistleblower retaliation complaint within 8 months of receiving that complaint. This requirement ensures that inspectors general are promptly investigating whistleblower retaliation complaints. The next amendment, offered by Congressman Jake Auchincloss, would require the Government Accountability Office to examine and report on whistleblower protection actions, including the timeliness with which the Merit Systems Protection Board issues rulings on whistleblower complaints, how often individuals choose a jury trial, and recommendations to improve the claim review process. This requirement evaluates whether the whistleblower review process is effective and identifies areas for improvement. The amendment offered by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee would require inspectors general to maintain a mechanism to receive anonymous whistleblower reports. In certain instances, this offers the protection and comfort a whistleblower needs to report government abuses and corruption. The next amendment, offered by Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, would enable whistleblowers outside of the intelligence community to appeal adverse security clearance actions to the Merit Systems Protection Board. I urge my colleagues to adopt this common sense package of amendments, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I rise to oppose the amendments en bloc. I rise in opposition to the en bloc package of amendments offered by Chairwoman Maloney. This package contains an amendment offered by Representative Auchincloss, which would require the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study of whistleblower complaints ruled on by the Merit Systems Protection Board and make recommendations about the whistleblower review process. The problem with this amendment is that the MSPB's Office of the General Counsel already performs the oversight functions for MSPB under the Inspector General Act of 1978. The office is capable of doing the work the amendment would task to GAO. Reviewing MSPB determinations and monitoring the federal courts is not a smart use of GAO's limited resources. GAO needs to remain focused on pending statutorily mandated work. I also oppose the amendment offered by Representative Jackson Lee, which is trying to help inspectors general offices receive anonymous whistleblower information, but it actually makes it far more difficult. This amendment won't allow IG offices to use any telephone or computer systems to receive anonymous whistleblower information. Instead, they will have to rely on receiving such sensitive information by mail, which is obviously problematic, including complicating an IG's ability to evaluate the validity and authenticity of these tips and complaints. I also oppose the amendment offered by Representative Porter, which attempts to create another unnecessary reporting requirement for the inspectors general to report to Congress on the timeliness of resolving whistleblower retaliation complaints. The problem is that IG offices are already required to include this information in their semi-annual report to Congress, provided every 6 months. This includes information on what, if any, consequences have been imposed to hold the official who engaged in retaliation accountable. This amendment's duplicative reporting requirements only waste more time that IG should be spending on investigating waste, fraud, and abuse. And finally, I oppose the amendment offered by Representative Spanberger, which would prohibit the suspension, revocation, denial, or other determination relating to a security clearance of a whistleblower. This complete prohibition could put national security at risk. For example, an employee working to undermine a national security policy or program could claim that he or she is a whistleblower and continue to have access to sensitive information, even while the agency evaluated the merits of the whistleblower's accusation. There are approved procedures for whistleblowing in the intelligence community, but this amendment would prohibit revoking a security clearance even if the so-called whistleblower ignores those procedures. This is an unacceptable risk to our nation. Those holding security clearances have assumed a special level of public trust, and with that comes special expectations. I oppose these amendments and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on the Judiciary, Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, Chairwoman Sheila Jackson Lee, for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished gentlelady for her work as chairwoman of the Oversight Investigations Committee, and again, give her my deepest appreciation for the enormous legacy and leadership that she's given to issues of empowerment and civil rights, civil liberties, and the rights of women. Thank you to Chairwoman Maloney. I rise today to support the underlying bill, H.R. 2988, and address my amendment, of which I am very grateful has been included in the en bloc. It does make a difference. Whistleblowers can help change governments to the best. They are part of the constitutional infrastructure of ensuring due process and the rights of the vulnerable. My amendment reinforces the spirit of confidentiality by providing another way to communicate whistleblower information to an OIG that poses less risk of confidentiality being lost or being breached while not affecting existing mechanism. In some cases, especially when there is concern about a threat of retaliation, a potential whistleblower might be unwilling to provide information for fear of consequences if their identity is disclosed. I'm very glad to say that the Government Accountability Project is supporting my amendment, and they wrote in their letter of support for my amendment, "This is a solid, common-sense legislation to restore what works if we let it in. For many whistleblowers, the decisive factor, whether they bear witness or remain silent observers, is whether they will remain anonymous. It will increase the flow of evidence and prevent retaliation." I ask for a submission, unanimous consent, to submit into the record the government accountability letter dated September 13th.
This will be covered in general leave.
Thank you. With that, I ask my colleagues to support the en bloc, the underlying legislation, and the Jackson Lee Amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the Vice Chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation, Representative Jake Auchincloss, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment to the Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act. Historically, there has been a double standard between federal and corporate whistleblowers seeking reprieve for retaliatory actions taken against them. While corporate whistleblowers can have their day in court, federal whistleblowers' cases fall only under the jurisdiction of the Merit Systems Protection Board. The Whistleblower Protection Improvement Act would remedy this by allowing certain federal whistleblowers to file their claims in district court. My amendment would ensure that we continue to make evidence-based improvements to the federal whistleblower case review process by requiring GAO to study the outcomes of this bill. Specifically, my amendment calls on GAO to report on the timelines of MSPB rulings and the rates of federal whistleblowers opting for district court trials. It requires GAO to offer recommendations for MSPB to make improvements to its review process so that federal whistleblowers who put their jobs, careers, and reputations on the line to call out wrongdoing are given the respect of a timely review. This bill is critical to improving protections for federal whistleblowers and enhancing accountability across the federal government. And my amendment would ensure that we collect the evidence necessary to continue to make improvements. I urge my colleagues to support the amendments en bloc, and I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky. Gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further participants, and I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Gentleman from Kentucky.
We're prepared to close too. No further speakers.
Your gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, just let me conclude by saying this. We have countless rules on the books pertaining to whistleblower protections. We have good whistleblower rules. I can assure my friends on the other side of the aisle, we have plenty of whistleblowers coming forward now with issues, and they're going to be protected. The rules on the books will protect those whistleblowers. What my friends on the other side of the aisle are trying to do, I fear, is create a situation to where any poor performing employee who is who's receiving poor reviews from their agency can claim to be a whistleblower, and therefore they'll be on the federal payrolls for the rest of their career. And then they can retire and draw a pension for the rest of their life. This is unacceptable in the private sector. We care about whistleblowers. We welcome whistleblowers to come to the House Oversight Committee to speak to the Republican minority members. And they are. And they will be protected because we have good whistleblower laws on the books. These proposed amendments make our good whistleblower laws worse, and we need to oppose them. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from New York.
This is landmark legislation. The underlying bill is both landmark legislation for freedom of speech and for government accountability. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this landmark legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move that the committee now rise.
Will the gentlewoman withdraw her motion?
Motion.
Gentlelady withdraws.
Okay.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from New York. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from New York will be postponed. Why don't those people yell?
That the committee
For what purpose
now
does the
rise.
gentlelady from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the committee now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2988, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 2988 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1339, I call up the
Woman
bill.
will suspend. Does the gentlewoman ask for general leave in respect to H.R.?
What do I want?
8326? I'm sorry. 8326.
Ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on the bill before us. On H.R. 8326.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1339 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8326. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 8326, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Title 13, United States Code, to improve the operations of the Bureau of the Census and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or the respective designees. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 8326, the Ensuring a Fair and Accurate Census. The decennial census is a critical part of our democratic system. In fact, it is required by the Constitution. The results of the census determine the distribution of over $1.5 trillion in federal funds, and also the apportionment of the House of Representatives and state legislative districts and public and private sector investments. It is critical that the census count is complete, fair, and accurate. The Ensuring a Fair and Accurate Census Act will help make sure that it is. This bill is informed by the Oversight Committee's multi-year investigation into political interference by the previous administration during the 2020 census, including the effort to add a citizenship question despite strong opposition from expert statisticians and demographers at the Census Bureau. In fact, the Census Bureau's top data scientists warned that the citizenship question, quote, harms the quality of the census count, end quote. The Supreme Court ruled in favor with the Democrats and ultimately stepped in to block the citizenship question, ruling that the rationale for adding it to the census, quotes, seems to have been contrived, end quote. The previous administration took other steps that risked undermining the independent, nonpartisan nature of the census. They appointed an unprecedented 8 political appointees where there were previously only 3, and they tried to rush the processing of the census data despite repeated warnings from career staff that this would compromise the integrity of the census count. Partisan manipulation of the census is simply wrong. My bill would protect the census and ensure this cannot happen again, regardless of which party is in power. We are considering this legislation at a critical time. While the 2030 census is years away, the design and planning began at the Bureau even before the 2020 numbers were released. As our nation's largest peacetime mobilization, the census requires detailed and thorough planning. However, even the best plans face challenges in the field, and the 2020 census faced unprecedented obstacles. In the run-up to the 2020 census, the Bureau was consistently denied the appropriations, the funding that it needed to execute its operational plans. Among other impacts, this uncertainty forced cutbacks in outreach to communities that are considered hard to reach. The coronavirus pandemic forced the Census Bureau to suspend field operations at the most critical time, and most damaging, the previous administration demanded a last-minute untested question on citizenship and installed a record number of political appointees with unclear duties to get that done. This legislation would vest key decision-making authority over the census in the appropriate Senate-confirmed official, the Census Director, and it would limit the number of political appointees within the Bureau to no more than 4, which is consistent with historical precedent. This bill would also require that new census questions be thoroughly researched and analyzed, certified by the Secretary of Commerce, evaluated by the GAO, and shared with Congress before being added to the census questionnaire. This bill will also increase transparency and support long-term planning by requiring the Bureau to submit its projected 5-year budget estimates to both the President and Congress. Finally, the bill codifies existing advisory committees charged with engaging with hard-to-count communities and advancing best practices in the field of data science. It also establishes an advisory committee aimed directly at ensuring the 2030 census is successful. I am proud that my bill has the support of 4 former directors of the Census Bureau who served under administrations led by both Democrats and Republicans. These former directors have 15 years of experience serving as census directors supporting 5 decennial censuses. In a statement, they commended the bill's objective and said, and I quote, that it protects the independence and integrity of the scientific mission of the Census Bureau, end quote. These former directors concluded, and I quote, trust in our nation's official data is essential to the democracy and the economy, and this legislation will undergird and build that trust. I ask unanimous consent to include their statement in the record, as well as editorials from the Washington Post entitled "The Trump Administration's Assault on the Census Must Not Happen Again," and editorials from other areas. This editorial concluded, and I quote, the Trump administration assault on the integrity of the census should be an urgent warning. Too much rests on the decennial count to allow it to be exploited for partisan gain, end quote. This bill is sensible and is driven by facts uncovered in our investigation and input from both civil rights groups and professionals at the Census Bureau. We must have a full, fair, and accurate census count so that every American can have faith that they and their communities are receiving the representation and the services that they deserve. To do that, we need a nonpartisan, expert-driven Census Bureau. This bill is a strong first step to meet that goal, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman's request will be covered by General Leaf. The gentleman from
Mr.
Kentucky
Chair, I
is
yield
recognized.
myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, today Americans continue to face several crises created by the Biden administration. Sky-high inflation, painfully high gas prices, and supply chain shortages. President Biden's border crisis is allowing waves of illegal immigrants and fentanyl shipments to flood across our southern border. Our children are suffering from historic learning losses and a mental health crisis because this administration allowed radical teachers' unions to keep schools closed. Yet, what are Democrats prioritizing today instead of these crises impacting Americans' everyday lives? The Democrats ensuring a fair and accurate Census Act. This bill has nothing to do with the American people's priorities. In fact, it will do nothing to make the census more fair and accurate. Instead, it places a great deal of power in the hands of unelected bureaucrats and hamstrings future presidents. During the prior census, the president sought to include in the census a question simply asking respondents whether they were American citizens. The Supreme Court found this was that this was constitutional, but that the Census Bureau had gone about it improperly. This bill would prevent the inclusion of such a question in the future, a question key to upholding the principle of one citizen, one vote. Now, under the Biden administration, there are questions about whether the Department of Commerce delivered accurate apportionment results derived from the census. Those results were critical because they determined the apportionment of this body's 435 congressional districts among the several states. We still don't know for sure whether the apportionment results were fair and accurate. But this bill does nothing to fix that problem or any of the other real problems associated with the 2020 census. Indeed, it will make it easier for future census results to drive the apportionment of congressional districts unfairly to favor blue Democrat-leaning states over red Republican-leaning states. And why is that? Because the bill weakens the accountability of the Census Bureau to the President and the Secretary of Commerce, committing by statute all operational, statistical, and technical decisions about the census to the Census Bureau's director. The bill makes it harder to overrule the director even when the President, the Secretary, or Congress are concerned the director's decisions will yield an unfair or inaccurate census. Making matters worse, the bill allows only an unaccountable career employee to serve as acting director when no Senate-confirmed director is in place. Finally, the bill severely constrains the ability of future censuses to include important new questions such as the citizenship question, which a majority of Americans want asked on the census. But it's precisely the counting of actual citizens that ensures census results will produce congressional districts fairly, representing all citizens in Congress. During the Oversight and Reform Committee's consideration of this bill, Republicans offered amendments that would have cured these problems. These amendments would have made sure Census Bureau officials remained accountable to the voters through the president. They would have made sure a question on citizenship would have been included in future censuses, guaranteeing a fair basis for the apportionment of congressional districts. But were Democrats concerned then about ensuring a fair, accurate census by supporting these amendments? No. Democrats voted them down on a party line vote. Mr. Chairman, the American people deserve better from this legislative body. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
We have no more speakers, Mr. Speaker, and are prepared to close on the underlying bill.
So Mr. Connolly, our speaker.
Oh, Mr. Conley, I thought you had an amendment. I now recognize Mr. Conley, who is the chairman of the subcommittee on government operations for the Oversight Committee from the 11th District of Virginia for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chair. I rise today in support of H.R. 8326, the Ensuring a Fair and Accurate Census Act. When Democrats took majority in the House in 2018, I was asked what our top oversight projects were going to be. When I said among them the census, it elicited surprise and even some laughed. The census is a huge data set that underpins whether we fairly represent Americans and how we spend the entire federal budget. The Trump administration and its partisan Census Bureau undermined this critical task in March of 2018 when it planned to add a citizenship question to the census that would have violated the Constitution and reduced response rates, and they knew it. I joined my colleague and friend, the late Chairman Elijah Cummings, in leading the fight against this question. I then partnered with Chairwoman Maloney to block the Trump administration from cutting off the census deadline early and excluding undocumented immigrants from the census count. Our committee's dogged oversight work prevented these illegal and immoral attempts to subvert our very democracy as enshrined in the Constitution. However, we need permanent reforms to ensure that no matter the president or political environment, the census remains apolitical. That's why we must support this act. This bill requires the Secretary of Commerce to certify that any new questions on the decennial census must meet best practices standards, and it caps the Census Bureau at 3 political appointees, eliminating a president's ability to flood the Bureau with his acolytes and loyalists. Congress must bolster the Census Bureau now, so we are prepared for a fair and accurate 2030 census. I want to thank Chairwoman Maloney for her leadership and for sponsoring this bill. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. The intention of this bill is clear. It is to prevent a future Republican president from adding a citizenship question to the United States Census. And yet, the question of citizenship was first offered by President Thomas Jefferson in 1800, and from its introduction in the census of 1820 through 1950, that question is included on every census. Now, when you think about the language of the Constitution itself, it gives Congress the authority to call a census to enumerate the population. And for what was the purpose? The main purpose, of course, was for apportionment, for representation of the citizens of the United States. The reality, though, is it has become far more than that. And that seems to be permissible within certain limits of the Constitution itself. So, since 1950, there have been additional federal surveys that have included some form of the question of citizenship, not necessarily included in the census itself. But in the recent case cited by Chairwoman Maloney just moments ago, where she said that they threw it out and said you can't ask that question, it was not because of the question. In fact, the Supreme Court specifically said in Department of Commerce versus New York that Congress has the right to ask that question. And the Department of Commerce has the authority to include the question of citizenship. The decision states, quote, "The enumeration clause permits Congress, and by extension the Secretary, to inquire about citizenship on the questionnaire," close quote. That rationale does not work from the chairwoman. I realize that a lot of my colleagues don't realize and understand and appreciate what's happening on our southern border. But from October of last year through the end of July, Border Patrol has reported nearly 2 million encounters along our southern border. That does not include those who entered and have gotten away. Nearly a quarter of the encounters feature a person who had at least one prior encounter in the past 12 months. We as policymakers, if we're going to get policy and data, which was just alluded to by Mr. Connolly, we should have some of the most important data, and that is who is in this country legally and who is a citizen and who is not. Whether someone is a citizen is an important data point that should be recorded on the census and on other federal surveys. It's well past time that Congress direct the Census Bureau to ask this question, like it did for over 100 years. This bill is instead an attempt to cynically block the inclusion of the citizenship question on the census and seeks to insulate career staff at the Census Bureau from any accountability. This is not a good bill. This bill does not help us get to where we need to get as far as understanding what's going on in this country so we can make policy that's good. With that, I'll yield back.
Woman from New York is recognized.
I recognize myself. This bill does not address congressional apportionment. It's about making the census fair and accurate. Nevertheless, our census count has never been limited based on citizenship, and there's no doubt that doing so would violate the Constitution. The 14th Amendment says, seats in Congress, and I quote, are based on, quote, the whole number of persons in each state, end quote. Persons, not citizens. Last Congress, I chaired a hearing with 4 former census directors who served under both Democrats and Republicans. All 4 agreed that excluding undocumented immigrants from the apportionment count violated the Constitution. That is also the position taken by previous administrations, including under Republican presidents. In fact, my committee recently uncovered a draft internal legal memo from the Trump administration about the citizenship question. That memo admitted that using citizenship data to exclude immigrants from the apportionment counts would violate, and I quote, over 200 years of precedent, end quote. That damning language was removed from the final memo used to push the citizenship question. Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the Representative Danny Davis from the 7th District of Illinois for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank you, Madam Chairman, for your outstanding leadership of this committee. It has been a pleasure to serve with you and under you, and know that your interests go far beyond anything that I've heard this evening. As a matter of fact, the census are very important for far more reasons than just apportionment or just looking at one issue or looking at immigration. I guess I've been involved with census taking for about 40 years, and every 10 years we go through this angst in my community whether or not we're going to get a fair and accurate count, whether or not the people who are there are going to be counted so that resources which come as a result will flow back to the area. Well, that has not happened. And even after the expressions the last round, it was determined that there were undercounts, that there were people missed. And so everything that we can do to try and make sure that the census taken is fair, accurate, and comprehensive, we need to do that. I thank you, Representative Carolyn Maloney, for this bill, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserved.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
We have no more speakers on the underlying bill and are prepared to close if my colleagues on the Republican side are as well.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The U.S. House of Representatives should focus on helping the American people survive economic turmoil and defending our borders and national security. I urge House Democrats to get back to what the American people elected us to do: conduct oversight over the federal government and the Biden administration, which is on a path to destroy America. We need to hold hearings, conduct oversight, and pass legislation addressing the crises affecting Americans today. That's our constitutional responsibility. But instead, we're spending valuable resources and time on divisive political messaging bills. I'm just amazed that the Democrats advocate for legislation on the House floor pertaining to the census, which would ask a question about your sexual preference, but they want to pass legislation to oppose asking the question whether you're a legal citizen or not. That's just another example of tone-deaf leadership. That's not what the American people want. I oppose H.R. 8326, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to stress the urgency and importance of this legislation. The United States Census Bureau is a foundational institution and one that we must take all necessary steps to protect. The census is for all people and should count every person. Efforts to politicize the Bureau have real consequences that can reduce response rates and thereby lessen the representation and resources available to communities. I want to thank my colleagues for speaking in support of this bill, the former directors and advocates that have lent their support, and I encourage us all to vote in favor of ensuring a fair and accurate census count. No matter the party affiliation, every one of us has an interest in providing our best services to our constituents. I urge you to join me in support of H.R. 8326 and the underlying amendments, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill should be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Reform, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the Text Rules Committee print 117-64, modified by amendment printed in Part D of House Report 117-464, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered an original bill for purposes of further amendment under 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part E of House Report 117-464. The amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of House Resolution 1339. Each such further amendment may be offered only in order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or her designee offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part E of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committee or their designee. Shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of question. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer amendments unblocked.
Is the designee serving as a designee from the
Clerk would
gentleman from New
designate
York?
the amendments.
The clerk designate the amendment en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1 and 3, printed in Part E of House Report number 117-464, offered by Mr. Danny Davis of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1339, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Danny Davis, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support these amendments. Black, Latino, and indigenous communities all were significantly undercounted in the 2020 census. One of the key provisions of this bill is to codify the Bureau's National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations in order to help reduce these undercounts. Ms. Jackson Lee's amendment will enhance this objective by ensuring there is a senior employee within the Census Bureau who is dedicated to enhancing racial and ethnic equity in the decennial census. The Constitution requires an enumeration that is fair and complete, one in which all people are counted so that all communities representation and services that they deserve. This amendment will help achieve that. I also support the amendment offered by Representative Case, which requires the Census Bureau to submit a report to Congress on the agency's process for consulting and engaging with jurisdictions and local partners in conducting the decennial census. We know that certain communities are traditionally harder to count, including groups that are mistrustful of the government, students and transit populations, minority communities, migrant communities, and communities with unique geographic challenges. Engaging with local stakeholders is essential to reaching these communities and ensuring that the census counts everyone in the United States, regardless of where they live. This amendment will increase transparency around the Bureau's process for engaging with jurisdictions and local partners Congress and the American people can support the Census Bureau in this crucial effort. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise to oppose the amendments en bloc. I rise in opposition to the en bloc package of amendments offered by Chairwoman Maloney. Specifically, I'm opposed to the amendments offered by Representative Jackson Lee and Representative Case, and will address them each. First, Ms. Jackson Lee's amendment requires the Census Deputy Director to appoint a new employee within the Census Bureau whose sole responsibility is to, quote, optimize racial and ethnic equity in the decennial census of population, end quote. The core mission of the Census Bureau, as it already stands, is to conduct an accurate count of all people residing in the United States on Census Day, when the census is being conducted. This is the mission for every employee who works on the census. This new position is completely unnecessary and redundant of the Census Bureau's pre-existing mission to count everyone in the United States, regardless of their race or ethnicity. Because this amendment appears to be an attempt to inject identity politics into the Census Bureau's work, and because it would duplicate efforts already underway at the Census Bureau, I must oppose. Turning to Representative Case's amendment, which requires the Census Bureau to create and submit yet another report to Congress, but fails to require the Census Bureau to actually do anything substantive to improve. The Census Bureau already conducts extensive engagement campaigns with local jurisdictions to ensure an accurate count of all people during the census. This report would require the Census Bureau to outline additional processes for engaging with local jurisdictions. The amendment would also require that the Census Bureau report to Congress on progress implementing open GAO recommendations, but does not outline any deadlines for implementing those open recommendations. Finally, the amendment contains an open-ended invitation for the Census Bureau to ask for, quote, additional resources. This is Washington speak to throw even more taxpayer money at the Census Bureau in the near future. I fear this amendment would merely waste precious Census Bureau time and resources with an additional report with the sole purpose of justifying future taxpayer expenditures. Therefore, I must oppose both these amendments. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is Illinois is recognized.
I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman
I yield
has the only
back.
time less.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are
vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Illinois will be postponed. It is now ordered to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part E of House Report 117-464. For what purposes, gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part E of House Report number 117-474, offered by Mr. Heiss of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1339, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. With all due respect, this bill will do anything but ensure a fair and accurate census. Instead, it threatens to produce an unfair and inaccurate census. As ranking member of the Government Operations Subcommittee, I've stressed time and time again that we need reforms that will ensure a more accountable federal workforce. But time and time again, Democrats show that they want anything but accountability for civil servants. In fact, it's as though they view federal employees as a protected and privileged class. And when a federal bureaucracy is unaccountable, well, that's when it is most likely to threaten the American people with rogue activity, like in this case, providing an unfair and inaccurate census. First, it makes the director of the census unremovable except for, quote, inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office, end quote. Then it commands that only the director can make operational, statistical, and technical decisions about the census. Mr. Chairman, what is the Secretary of Commerce supposed to do if he or she believes that the census director is making decisions that will lead to an unfair or inaccurate census? Further, what is going to happen if there's no director in place. Listen, under the terms of the bill, only a career Census Bureau official can serve as the acting director. This bill is a perfect example of how Democrats think unelected civil servants should be running our government. In essence, that civil servants should be the ones that are governing the American people, and with this bill, literally having them attempt to influence who will represent them. Look, that's not the way our system is supposed to work. My amendment would strip those provisions out of the legislation. If we are to ensure a fair and accurate census, we must ensure an accountable Census Bureau. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the Heiss Amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the amendment proposed by Representative Heiss of Georgia. His amendment would weaken the protections in this bill that safeguard the Census Bureau from partisan manipulation. His amendment eliminates two key provisions from the bill. First, the amendment would remove the provision requiring that the Bureau have a single deputy director position, which would be filled by a career official with relevant knowledge and experience, including experience in collecting and analyzing data and a demonstrated ability to manage large organizations. Experts agree that a single qualified deputy director is important for ensuring smooth operations within the Bureau, including when there is an absence of a Senate-confirmed census director. And having a single deputy director also avoids disruptions that can be caused when multiple deputy directors are appointed with unclear job descriptions. That is exactly what happened in the last administration. In August of 2020, while the census count was already underway, former President Trump appointed his third deputy director to the Census Bureau. The unclear duties and qualifications of these appointees sparked an internal inquiry by the Commerce Department's Inspector General's office. The amendment would also remove the cap on political appointees at the Census Bureau. The bill caps that number at 4, which is consistent with historical precedent. During the last administration, there were an unprecedented 8 political appointees at the Census Bureau. That is far too many political appointees for a nonpartisan agency like the Census Bureau, and it makes the danger of political manipulation much greater. I am committed to protecting the integrity of the Census Bureau and improving each decennial count. Unfortunately, this amendment would make these goals harder to achieve. I urge all members to oppose Representative Heiss's amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Kentucky, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the gentleman from Georgia. I rise in support of this amendment offered by the Government Operations Subcommittee ranking member, my colleague Jody Heiss. I support this sensible amendment, which will preserve vital accountability mechanisms for the director of the Census Bureau. The bill attempts to insulate the Census Bureau director and empower an unaccountable career deputy director. We should not be tying the hands of a future president to properly exercise executive oversight over the management of the Census Bureau. I encourage my colleagues to support the common sense Heiss amendment and yield the remainder of my time to Congressman Heiss.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time, sir.
Gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is the gentleman from Georgia. As for pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the committee now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According to the committee rises. HR 8326 directs me to report that it has come to no resolution therein.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole on the House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration HR 8326 and has come to no resolution thereon. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Today, I'm honored to remember a groundbreaking public servant, personal mentor, and inspiring New Orleanian, the Honorable Moon Landrieu, Mayor of the City of New Orleans. A son, a father, husband, grandfather, brother, and lawyer, Moon Landrieu first served at Louisiana House of Representatives in 1960 and next on the New Orleans City Council. He was elected mayor of the City of New Orleans from 1970 to 1978, served as U.S. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development from 1979 to 82, and was a circuit court judge. Throughout his career, he fought for equality and justice, opposing Jim Crow legislation and successfully outlawing segregation in public accommodations, standing as a shining light during the nation's darkest times. He passed away on September 5th, but the Honorable Moon Landrieu and his indelible impact will never be forgotten in our world. I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.